There's no cure. There's no turning back. There's no turning back. There's no turning back. There's no turning back.
GSL Season 1, Round of 10. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to another day of the GSL Code S. We are in the round of 10 going into Group B.
That's right. That's right. It's doesn't really roll off the tongue like our previous groups we've had for the past 12 years, but
Yes.
Round of 10. You heard that correctly, and it's been kind of interesting so far. Round robin. We're doing like half of Group B today, and next week we're going to figure out who's actually going to be advancing.
Right. We're not going to have any, we won't have the concrete results in until next week. So we got halfway through Group A. Now we're going to go into Group B. And then next week we're going to go back into A and B and then move on to the round of 6.
That's right. Only 4 people are going to be eliminated in the round of 10. So we get to see who that's going to be. That has to be a little bit of a bad feeling, right? It's like you just need top 3 to get out of your group.
Yeah, it's a different way that we organize the tournament this time around, and I welcome this. I think these kind of changes are good, and we'll see if we keep this throughout, going into next year, I should say, or not. But yeah, I got to say we had some amazing games in Group A. Again, looking like Rogue is probably going to be advancing. Yun in hot water, but we got to see how the rest of these matches in the group go. But yeah, very likely that Rogue is just going to easily advance, as expected.
Yeah, you would always expect that. Now, looking at today, we haven't seen this group as of yet. Dark, Maru, Creator, DRG, Hero. I think it's a really exciting group. And I don't know what to think about who's going to actually end up advancing here, Tasteless. Like, obviously, Dark and Maru seem like solid picks.
I mean, they always are, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, Hero's always dangerous, and Creator is actually playing really well. Who's going to get that 3rd spot?
We're going to go to the interview now, guys, and then we're going to hop into our games. Andy, go
Right,
ahead.
in Group A interview, we had some very candid answers from the players. So now we're going to have an interview with the Group B players. They are Dark, Maru, and Creator, and DRG, and Hero, who is not here yet. Hello. So let's take a look at the atmosphere in Group B. All right, please put up your hand if you think this group is good for you. Nobody. Nobody's putting up their hand. All right, Hero, you put up your hand. Okay, Dark. Dark, you're the Tier 1 Zerg. You didn't put your hand up. What is that? Well, I think all the players in this group are Tier 1 players. So I think anybody can get eliminated here. All right, Maru. You also didn't put up your hand. What is that? Well, I think Group A is the easier one when I look at it. So you're kind of disappointed. Okay. Right, Hero. Hero, why did you put up your hand? And he's not here. Just a microphone. Okay, Hero. Thank you for your answer. You showed a lot of confidence, Hero. All right, next, DRG. DRG, you also didn't put up your hand. What's that? Well, I feel like I shouldn't be putting up my hand right now. If I was in Group A, I probably would have done it. But, being in Group B, I cannot afford to put up my hand. All right, Creator. You've made it past the round of 16 after 10 years, Creator, and everybody was celebrating for you. So how's it been? Well, I mean, this group consists of all the formidable players, so it's really hard to expect the results. Oh, Hero, you're back now. All right, Hero. Do you think this group is a good one for you? Well, did I say that this group was good? I can't remember. Well, having a look at Group A and B, I don't think there is an easy group by definition, but this group, I don't think it's too hard. As a matter of fact, a few days ago, you beat Cero in an online match. So I think you're pretty confident today in the matchup against Zerg. So what do you think? Well, I did beat Cero and that raised my confidence level. But after that, I also and after that, Scarlet also beat Cero. So you know. But these days, my matches against Zerg have been really good. So Dark, you'll be going up against Hero today. So are you nervous today? Well, I feel like out of the old Protoss, I think the two top players are in my group. I think he's referring to Creator and Hero. So I'm gonna try my best today. And Dark actually made and Maru actually said he wishes that Protoss eliminates all the Zergs in his prior interview. And he also didn't like the map pool back then. So now we have two new maps. How do you feel? You know, nothing has changed that much. I still feel indifferent. I think the players themselves need to change in this group, not the maps. So are you kind of worried ahead of the match? You know, honestly speaking, I didn't really want to go up against him. Right, Creator, a question for you. Okay, do you have a walkover player in mind? One player that's gonna grant you free win. Not really. I think all the other players think of me as a walkover player. Alright, DRG. DRG, who is the player you're looking forward to beating? I don't think there is a player that I can confidently say. But my initial plan was that Dark and Maru is gonna go advanced no matter what. So I was probably looking for the bottom three, but it's still very difficult for me. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna win any match today. Oh well, this is quite contrasting to Group A interview. Alright, Dark, who is this player that you're gonna get a free win from? Definitely not in this group, but I think 4 players from Group A is gonna give free win. So it's really disappointing that I was placed in Group B. Well, the atmosphere is clearly different. Alright, so before we get into the match, anything else you want to say? You first, Dark. Well, you know, Maru's been smiling the whole time, so I'm quite fearful of him. But today I'm gonna try to spar with him well. Alright, Maru, what about you? Well, today I'll try to get at least one win. Very humble, Maru. Alright, next one, Hero. I'll try to play without getting nervous, without pressure. Alright, DRG. You know, I'll try to play a satisfactory match with my current skills. And last one, Creator. Well, I think everybody doesn't expect me to advance, but I'll try to change that thought. Alright, so there was an interview with the 5 players in Group B. Who is gonna get a good start for this season in the round of 10? We'll kick off the match now.
All right, we're ready to get day 1 of Group B started here. Yeah, man, I mean, we've got some heavyweights for sure in this group. I mean, you look at Dark and Maru, and you got to expect both of these guys to advance, but we could have some surprises. We'll see.
Yeah. I think it is definitely a possibility that something crazy happens throughout the group and one of our 2 big heavy hitters doesn't make it through. But it doesn't seem very likely. But I mean, the skill levels of everyone is still in flux, right? Like,
for sure,
you see
absolutely.
Creator improving. Hero is kind of new to being back. DRG, I mean, he's here. He's had
always
moments
strong.
of brilliance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as long as he's active, he's always able to bring in some great results, so you certainly don't want to count him out.
And if you string enough moments of brilliance together, you have like a period of brilliance, and that's what you need to get to the next round.
That's how you win a GSL, if you can keep it up, man. So we're going to be going into this again, and this is new for us as well, but no one is getting eliminated today. Nobody is necessarily 100% advancing today, so keep that in mind. It'll still be the best of 3s that we're kind of rotating through, but not with the same expected results if you're if you're used to watching GSL for a long time, keep that in mind.
Yeah, no one's getting eliminated today. You could literally go 0-4, and it doesn't guarantee that you're out. And you can go 4-0, and it probably doesn't. I bet you if you go 4-0, you're going to get out.
You would get out, but
you probably go 0-6 after that, and you're still getting third.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is the new format that we're going to be using, and I'm looking forward to it. And I want to start these games, Artosis.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting it going right away.
I feel like this is one of our slowest starts for a GSL. I feel like normally we just jump right into it. Am I wrong about that?
Oh, you're.
Oh, now I know why. Okay, so player requested.
I was going to tell you that you were wrong too, but I guess it turns out you
I'm
were
right.
right.
Okay, I think we're getting closer to actually starting this. I was like, we're not normally on camera for this long.
Damn. Dark has a fresh haircut, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's looking pretty fresh. And he's going to be playing most likely pretty well here today. Consistently one of our top 4 players, always looking very strong here in Korea. Delivering Zerg in his own way. And he's going to be going up against Maru to start this off. So, I mean, this really could be any GSL finals, but it's going to happen to be in the round of 10.
Yeah, it's it's a good thing that this doesn't mean all that much. Like, this is very likely to be the match that decides who goes directly to the round of 4, though, because one of these guys should end up winning the group.
And let's keep in mind that these are 2 players that have to face off oftentimes in finals or quarterfinals, and they're very much aware that later on in this tournament they could be meeting again, so they may be a bit more measured with what they want to show here today. They may have some more special stuff they're going to be saving for the later part of the tournament, because that's how you really think. If you're a championship player multiple time, you have to take each phase of the tournament and figure out which your best strats to dole out.
Yeah, that's interesting to bring that up, because a lot of times I'm like, no, I don't think that'll happen, but these 2 are of the level that you could see something held back.
Yeah, I think so. And we're ready to hop into our game, guys. Golden Wall is where we started off in Group B of the round of 10. Let's go.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark. Onside Gaming, Maru.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen Golden Wall. I'm excited. It does look like Maru is going for a command center first. That's really been gaining a lot of popularity.
Yeah, and we've seen this a little bit more in ASL in the last couple of years, but basically going for super greedy plays that don't really make sense, especially if you're laddering. But they do make sense if you are playing in a best of 5 or a best of 7. If you're in a situation where you're going to have enough games that you're going to have to rotate through, this is just like a really greedy way to play, and it's a little bit gambly. But, if you get away with going command center first and they do something pretty mid-range, like, get some tech while they're expanding, the person that has the greedy play gets ahead. It's basically the exact opposite of, like, going all in at the start. It's like you're going all in into the mid-game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, something like that. It's like economic greed, economic cheese, some people call it. But, I think on Golden Wall, the way that Maru's doing it is pretty darn safe. Even if you go pool first, like, he's walling his main ramp. You're not going to have that hard of a time defending that, and you can just float the command center back, so it's not like Zerg can actually even attack you back there.
Right.
So it's like an intelligent way that Maru's going about it, and because he's expanding back there, it's almost certain that he's going to do, like, a parade push across the bottom of the map.
Very likely.
Which, I mean, I think that that's a fine way to open up here on Golden Wall, because don't forget, if we get, like, standard macro games, the bases that Zerg start getting in the top right, like, you can't get there.
I think that the top
it's
right
like trying
corner,
to get to the, what's the name of that mountain where you throw the ring into it?
Mordor?
Mordor.
Yeah.
It's like getting to Mordor.
I'm like Mount Everest.
Yeah, Mount Everest, sure you put the ring.
Yeah. No, I think you're correct on that. The top right expansion on this map for the Zerg is pretty busted. It's one of these maps where, because you're both starting out in the bottom, sharing either side of the bottom, that, yeah, if the Zerg can expand further and further and further away, it's always going to favor them. And so basically carving out entry into the lower third of the map and pushing that and you know, kind of killing the Zerg from the inside out is a perfectly acceptable way to play the game. You know, if you can get in there and take out the lair, the hive, and you know, almost always all the tech buildings in the game are made in the first two, you know, base locations for the Zerg.
Yeah.
And so it's one of these things where, like, yeah, they could still have that base in the top right, but you know, eroding all of the infrastructure that Zerg has is a totally acceptable way to play, and maybe even a preferable way to play on a map like this.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to that. Now, Dark knows about what's going on. Like, he sees the Marines back there. There would be no other reason for them to be back there. So how does he want to go about playing this? You can leave your minerals up to slow the Terran push, or you can open them and try to actually fight the Terran. What would you do, Tasteless? Would you fight Maru, or would you hide?
I would disconnect. That's what I would do. I would unplug my Ethernet cord and run.
Always a strong move.
We were just talking about this before the show, that like people that are still like disconnecting when they lose in StarCraft, where I'm like, okay, you have to be like kind of old if you're still playing this game now, right? Like, you really haven't matured yet into this one thing. So
immature online gamers? No, I've never heard of such a thing, Tasteless.
I thought only sophisticated people play online games, but
yeah.
So by the way, it's not like it's any secret to Maru. I'm sorry, to Dark as to what Maru's doing. I mean, if you don't see them take that base, it's very obvious. But that doesn't mean that it's defendable, you know.
Yeah.
And so, you know, there's basically, and you were kind of talking about this earlier, there's two ways to do it. Either open that up and try to take a fight down there, or try to hold them off at a distance.
Well, honestly, I would like to see Dark maybe throw down whatever the layer tech is going to be. I'd imagine it's going to be Mutalisks at his third base. That would be really great to see. He has spread some creep in his main. He's spreading it below the minerals as well. And he has a lot of queens, so he's going to have, like, some defense against this. I really like all the creep he's putting down, I have to say. And look, that's good placement on the Evos. That's going to take a long time for Maru to get there.
Yeah, and just trying to clean up anything that he can over here is definitely going to be the play. And it looks like there's actually nothing up in the main. I'm kind of surprised by that. I wonder if that was almost a misclick there for a second to have actually no queens up here. And I mean, Maru's gonna get a really favorable exchanges here, because we're getting to the tipping point where the transfuses don't work. I don't even get it, man. Like,
no?
That was crazy to me that there was nothing ready for that.
Yeah. It seems like Dark didn't believe that Maru would go to the main base. It looks like he was kind of zoning in an area where he could respond to the edge of his creep, or maybe a drop into the natural, but definitely that drop in the main was very painful indeed. And now Maru's coming with even more units. Not looking super hot for Dark here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of stunned that that worked as well as it did. I mean, most of the time when we see two medevacs out on the map, we expect overlords and creep tumors to drop, maybe. But in this case, it was like, I mean, he just did so much damage into the main, and that's a big hiccup as far as development goes coming into this, you know.
A lot of roaches being made. Those 1-1 upgrades still on the way here, well ahead of Maru's upgrades at least. Has a few units in the main base. Looks like Maru going to go around the long way, drop way in the back here. Dark does see it now. Let's see what type of damage Maru can get done this time.
Okay, so very easily deflected. Does not lose that medevac, which is extremely important. You can build that into the rest of the push that's going to be coming here shortly. And I kind of thought Terran would have attacked already, but it hasn't happened. And instead we see a push coming out. No, it's not even a full push because the tanks are staying there. I don't know. Does this seem a little bit weird to you? I mean, now Zerg's going to grow into that you know, busted top right location that's just hard to kind of reach and engage with.
Yeah. I mean, I thought Maru was going to go more heavily with it, but he's just going for a macro play from here, it looks like. Like, he's gotten that pace. He's already gotten some damage done. Like, look at the numbers. The numbers don't really lie. Maru's up in army supply against a roach-based army, which is insane. And then also worker-wise, like, Maru's economy is very, very healthy. So he's in good shape right now. Maybe, yeah, like, I think it definitely can be hard to do a dedicated push into the main base if it's not mined out, like trying to ferry things back and forth there. I think things can go wrong with that, you know, the amount of time that it takes. Zerg can expand all over the place, but we'll see if he still goes for it. A huge drop going towards the main base right now.
I don't think he can do this with that many lings down there. So he backs up. And yeah, I mean, I guess I just kind of thought that it would be time to start to push up here, but I guess Maru thinks otherwise. Now, he did quietly move these Marines up here, but there's more than enough roaches making figure eights over there at the expansion that there's no way that he's going to be able to get in there and do anything. And I think we're getting to the point where, yeah, I mean, Maru basically has to attack here, because once Zerg takes that top right base, and I would actually beat me to it, and then expands to the space we have on screen now, this is where, like, you are going to, you need to end the game where the Zerg's going to just get out of hand. The question is, does he have enough to actually do that? I mean, this is really going to be most likely the climax of this whole game here.
Well, there's a couple Vipers being made which can really swing a battle against this type of army, but Maru is bringing everything he has to bear right now. Baneling speed not quite done. This is a lot of siege tanks, a fair amount of Marauders, and a lot of Marines. Upgrades are even right now. We will see Dark actually pull ahead shortly, but he may have to engage before that.
So he's taken a pretty conservative position here. He denied that fifth base that's not far from the top right, but he hasn't pushed any further. Dark's got a very good creep spread. It looks like Maru might try to skate above that. And, you know, I don't feel like we ever cast games where Terrans push up here, but here we are.
Yeah, he's brought a lot of units up here. Clearing that creep has done a great job. Don't forget the amount of queens lost at the beginning, right? So the creep spread is not as good as it could have been. But he's spreading out these tanks, has a lot of Marines and Marauders, and here we go. Dark coming forward with absolutely everything. The Banelings rolling in. Oh my God, Dark is smashing through this so quickly.
And honestly, I mean, this is why we expect the Terran to attack a little bit earlier, is, you know, the Zerg does get out of hand if they grow to be this big, especially on a map where the spawn locations are where they are. So, like, I don't know how Maru wants to play this. We could get into a situation where he keeps growing into the bottom as Zerg tries to occupy the, you know, that fifth base once again.
I wonder, like, he's going towards the main. Obviously, he's not actually going towards the main. This is like a fake out.
Yeah.
But with the Ultralisk Cavern coming up, great upgrades for Dark here as well. He's already got Vipers. I mean, Maru is doing some other things as well, right? Like, he's getting into Ghosts, which is going to be very important. Starts another command center there. Takes the gold. So definitely some things going on for him as well, but Dark is getting awfully big right now.
Yeah, I think that Dark is, at this point, probably too big to fail, but we'll see what Maru can do. I mean, he's basically the best of the best when it comes to, you know, split map games. A lot of times it seems like that can go pretty well for Zerg, but Maru makes it look sometimes like it's stronger for the Terran. But Dark has his own ambitions in this game as well, and I think he's basically decided that he's big enough that it's worth trading into the Terran and start attacking. He's got Lings coming down into the bottom, and a good setup to spring an attack over here on the top as well.
Man, this is painful for Maru right now. He's getting hit absolutely everywhere. Some Black Clouds coming down once again. I mean, he's losing a lot, Tasteless. This little counterattack that Dark is doing, and by the way, expanding down to that side as well, he is just taking everywhere and dealing damage while he does it.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I mean, these Lings actually doing way more damage than one would even expect down there in the bottom. And, you know, he's not done. He is going to dump more resources back into supply, hitting the ceiling at 199 before he's going to come in and take a couple more swipes. And I just don't see a way that Terran can recover unless you just live through attack after attack after attack, and then eventually, you know, the Zerg has drained their resources on their side of the map where the Terran still has room to grow. But I think that is the only way that Terran could recover from this.
If Maru is able to bring this game back and take this down, that is going to be very, very impressive. The map is big. Dark is starting to hit all over the place, and it takes Maru a long time to get anywhere to stop this, right? Like, okay, he comes down, but already a canceled command center, 9 more SCVs dead. Look at this, Dark hitting over here as well. Not as good an attack right there. to be fair.
I mean,
but
this really shows why, you know, Terran pushing early on and succeeding with that is oftentimes how TVZs are won. You know, and you're seeing why. I mean, Dark has so much of the map now that it's insane.
he has a lot of bases. There's 4, 5, 6, 7 bases right now.
Yeah.
So that's looking pretty strong. He's getting into a bunch of ultras as well, which is kind of Dark's key unit that he's really good with, that he really likes. Look at the amount of damage dealt on both sides. Like, only 3 drones have died this game. So Dark has made, like, you know, a very healthy economy and not had to replenish it at all.
Yeah. Now things have quieted down a little bit, but you know, it is Dark in the process of mustering another army to come swing in here and hit big. There's a quiet push down here in the bottom. I'm not sure if this is going to do that much. It's going to be met with Lings and Ultras and Veins.
Dark just kind of, I'm not sure what that was, a move command through for a moment. And then a little counterattack here where Maru's trying to expand once again. All right, well, some snipes getting off. An Ultra running into the thick of things here. And the command center is going to be blown up here, filed down. Very well done from Dark.
Yeah, Dark going to continue to press up here. Good kiting, but he is going to manage to swing these Banes over here to where these SCVs are and engage there.
A very tough game. Like, everything is falling apart for Maru right now. He's been down 50-ish supply for a very long time now. And his income is, like, not even close. You know, it's like 60% of what Dark is mining.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's brutal here. And again, this all goes back to, I think, the passivity that we saw from Maru. You know, we had this one great drop that killed the Queens, and I thought that was going to be, you know, it was going to be like a 1-2 punch. He has that one hit, and then the second punch is going to be the push. And then I think Maru kind of, I don't know, this is honestly one of the weirdest games I've casted of Maru because it doesn't line up with the ways that he normally plays. Like the decision to try to push the top right. Do we ever see Terrans really try that?
I mean, we've seen it. It generally fails.
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is it
the-
feels like he's playing wrong, but
The thing is, I actually, when he set out to do it, it was like a very healthy siege tank count, a decent marauder count. He had done damage. It was equal upgrade. So I was thinking to myself, oh, maybe he has it here. And I mean, he must have been thinking that too. It's not like Maru is in the business of making terrible choices all game.
yeah, right.
But Dark just had like kind of easily enough there. And now you see that Maru's taxed everywhere. Like, Dark just sends units one way and then sends them another way, and you know, he's throwing down his Viper spells, Ultras are coming in, look at this. Baneling's just rolling towards his base. Dark doesn't care if he loses that. And, like, how do you weather this as Maru?
Well, I mean, it's hard, right? You know, Terran can grow out to the top left, but nowhere near as easily as Zerg. I mean, one way to think about this is like it's the quadrant rule for Terran. It's true in both of the StarCrafts, is that the Terran usually doesn't take more than a fourth of the map. It's kind of hard to have Terran have a map split. It doesn't mean it never happens, because it does, but you know, it's hard for Terran to, like, you know, expand. Let's say, like, Terran starts at the bottom left. It's hard to expand to the top left. We don't see as many games where that happens. Although when we do see it tomorrow, you know.
That's very true. But this game, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. He's lost 86 SCVs so far. Dark just relentless. Like, look at this. This is something that we see with Dark as well. When he gets his economy up to where he wants it, which is 80 to 90 drones, he just won't stop. He just keeps coming. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, you can be efficient sometimes, but if he gets damaged sometimes, you're in hot water.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to come out here once more. And, you know, again, it's hard for Maru to try to soak up these resources. He did force a lift. And, you know, I said this earlier, but I really firmly believe this. The only way that Maru wins this is to drag this game out into like a half hour. And basically,
That would have to be it, yeah.
You know, if you look at where the Zerg is, there really aren't any expansions that the Zerg can take. If you were to draw a line right down the middle. The problem is because the Zerg has so many bases, we're seeing exchanges like this where the Terran is losing chunk after chunk of the army. In this case, it's nearly max to 120 supply. And so, yeah, I think the only way that he can do it is to make the Zerg mine out all the resources on the center right. And maybe pressure the Zerg into expanding into that one base to the top left, not in the very corner, but just adjacent to that.
Yeah. But look at this. Dark is taking another base at the bottom of the map. He's really controlling this area. Maru basically can't do anything there anymore, which means his main base can be attacked from that angle as well. Dark just looks so unstoppable in this position. I think Maru's going to GG any second, honestly. There's just, everything's on fire. He's barely above 100 supply.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing left that he can do, really. Actually, a lot of his SCVs aren't even mining there. They're idle.
And look, he's actually been more cost efficient than Dark. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's
He's
kinda
actually
funny.
been more cost efficient by like 5,000 minerals. I didn't catch the gas count, but does that matter when Zerg gets this much of the map? And the answer has always been, will always be no.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. And again, it's why the burden on the Terran is to try to end the game, where a lot of times Zergs want to try to draw the game out.
Nice catch.
Oops.
Good catch, though.
Yeah.
Moving on to creep a little bit here.
This is so brave, considering, maybe even foolish, I should say. I mean,
Well,
with the supplies the way they are.
I think he knows he's dead, so he's just like doing something, right? You feel like you gotta use your units.
GG. Well,
yeah, it was a good reminder of what can be so tough TVZ and Golden Wall. I'm kind of
Oh, yeah.
surprised that it even made it in, because every memory I have of that map for Terran vs. Zerg is Zerg just like getting bases that you basically cannot attack and then killing you.
Yeah. That was a rough one, man. You know, Maru, again, I don't agree with all of his decisions, but it is what it is. It did not pay off. Dark is up with a 1-0 lead right now. How is game 2 going to go? We're going to go for Hardwire for that.
Okay. Well, I think that this is going to be a lot easier for Maru to try to make something happen here. There's no base like further away than Dark's main. You know, that's what the thing is about Golden Wall, is that there's just like a base that is so far away that it doesn't really, it's not very attackable. But
Yeah.
Here we go, Hardwire. See if Maru can pick up a map. Every single map is very important here. This is not like the regular group phase where you don't care if you win one map in a match that you lose. Here, every
counts.
map can make a difference on your seeding.
Yeah, every game is built into your overall score. Very important to note. I'm glad you brought that up. But yeah, I mean, this should be a better map here for Maru, and hopefully a better game for him as well. Otherwise, Dark's going to 2-0 this to start things off.
Well, we're going to get that started in just a second. Feeling a little bit nervous for Maru. Dark looked pretty darn good there.
He
Even though
looked
was
very
out of
strong.
position.
Let's see what happens. We're ready for game 2.
2022
Let's go.
GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark. Onside Gaming, Maru.
Alright, so just a hatchery first from Dark here. Maru
Yeah.
looks like he's going command center first.
I think
Once again.
If I'm Dark in that last game, I probably would just play an ordinary game again this time around.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think you need to do anything tricky or surprising.
Yeah.
From Canada, welcome.
What's up,
It's
man?
so cool to have people in the studio again. Welcome, everybody. It was 2 lonely years here in the GSL studio with no audiences.
Well, I was here with you, Tasteless.
Yeah, I was so alone. No, I mean, just having people come down here, and I don't know, it's fun. So for those of you guys watching from home, you can come down to the studio. I think our capacity is still limited there's like some COVID restrictions, so we can't have like, I think, how many
Is
people
it?
can fit in here?
I honestly don't know
I think we
what,
can have a
if any,
couple hundred.
restrictions are here.
No, I think they're going to lift the restrictions next week, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I think right now there's some rule where it's like we can't have like the same number that we would normally have. I think it has to be half or something like that. So anyways,
right?
you're going to probably come a little bit earlier, but I think things are going to be back on normal soon. Back to normal soon, excuse me.
So we have a Reaper coming up here after that Command Center first. I do like the increased Command Center first plays. I really, really do, Tasteless. I think that stuff like this actually helps games to get much more healthy metas where, like, if everyone just goes Command Center first a whole lot, it will force Zergs to do things like pool first more often, and it'll bring back more of an equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, well, you're going to get some free wins with those pool first, but the games where you don't get the free wins and suddenly, like, you're not, you know, in such a great position from just a straight hatch first, I like it. I like watching metagame corrections like this occur.
It's kind of funny, like, you know, now that we're doing 2 StarCraft leagues, GSL and ASL, it's funny to see one trend in one league kind of pick up in the other. And I think that we've seen that here with CC first and GSL, where it's like we would watch a lot of games where, like, if there's a best of 5 or a best of 7 in StarCraft 1 or 2 of the games is always CC first. And I actually feel like the person we saw do that the most was Flash. Am I wrong about this? I think it was.
I don't think we see him CC first that often. He's so much better that he normally doesn't take that many risks, but...
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I just remember having these games where I'd watch Flash play and be like, I can't believe he gets away with this and beats everybody. You know what I mean? It's like, to get an edge and then be Flash and do that, it's like, man, that's brutal.
A little bit of a speedling run in here. He does end up getting a single SCV and some lost mining time. A little bit of damage there, but cleaned up relatively efficiently from Maru. This Hellion's popping out at just the right time. Cloak Banshee's on the way. That third Command Center is going to be finishing up as well.
It's important to note that this game cannot look like the last game because the map is so different. Golden Wall is kind of in its own category.
Oh, for sure.
And we don't really have any other maps like it that I can think of.
Oh, it's a very original map.
Yeah.
Like, we don't really
I
have
welcome
anything
that.
like it. I actually I kind of dig Golden Wall some. Not TVZ, but we've had some very interesting PVTs there. I
had
think
some good mirror
PVZ can
matchup
be
games.
really cool there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, mirror matchup games, absolutely. We've had insane TVTs there, I recall.
You know what's funny? It's like sometimes the weirdest maps actually are best for mirror matchups because you can have all these strange features on it.
Yeah,
but
there's no balance issue.
Yeah, we're just like, well, no matter what, one of you guys is right. The problem is not the race you're playing, by the way. You know?
Yeah, which definitely can happen on other maps.
Sure.
So yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that. Like the most insane maps, you can find amazing games with mirrors. But look at this, we have a Nidus coming up. And this is, I mean, this is a greedy build from Maru. He barely has any units right now.
Yeah, and so on paper, Dark strategy is very favorable, but we're going to see how it is executed. Overseer is creeping up here to the north.
And in comes a Cloaked Banshee here, over to the third base. Look at this, the Ling's hitting the front wall. He's, oh god, I think Maru's just gonna die tasteless.
Yeah, well, these Lings are enough of a distraction here that I guess both these sets of Lings are, that this is going to come out, Queen's Lings, you name it, and he's got a second Nidus that's gonna come right over here by the infrastructure.
Oh boy. Okay, swaps the add-ons, trying to get a tank, trying to get a medevac. Has a couple Banshees. Where is that other Banshee? It is flying home right now, but there's an Overseer, so it's going to be hard to make the Cloaked Banshees do as much work as he's looking for. Double Nidus now, and he's going to lose Stim as well.
Oh my god, and that could be a death sentence right there. I mean, not having Stim. Sometimes we just see that upgrade snipe, that's enough to completely ruin the game, but this is just going to be a snowball effect.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. He's making another Nidus at the natural, and that's actually using up all the Banshee damage. Picks up the Siege Shank that he gets and sieges it. Let's see if he can hold on still. Like, is there a chance here that Maru can come back from this deficit? He's falling way down in workers at the moment. More Lings popping out. Don't forget, Dark doesn't have other things going on. He is low on workers. This is like all he's done is make Queens and Lings.
Yeah, he's still trying to fight back as best he can. The Banshee, yeah, he can see it now. That's about to be sniped down here as well. The saving grace is going to be the siege tank that's wedged just behind the barracks and the depot.
Look at this. Maru, despite losing that stim upgrade, doing a fantastic job here. He is starting to push the Queens way back. He's killed a Nidus. Another Nidus is coming. SCV's coming up to fight.
Yeah, I just don't know how much more healing he's going to have here. He's going to push back a little bit further. More Queens are going to pop out. Some of them instantly gunned down here. And you know what? I color me amazed. That is really something else. And he did that while keeping 33 workers.
Yeah, it's not
That's
so bad
insane.
when you have 3 command centers. You know, 3 orbitals at 3 different mining locations. So that was a pretty high quality hold. I thought when Stim went down that he was going to be just completely screwed, but you know, it is a Ling Queen attack, so the actual DPS once you get rid of the Lings goes down pretty substantially.
It doesn't have the same kind of sustainability as it, you know, if you go for roaches.
Once again, trying to go for Stim right now. Now with roaches out, turning into Ravagers, blocking in a bunch of his units. LOL. Okay.
Now the problem is that even though Maru held the first attack, he might have been a little bit too ambitious by landing that 3rd CC down there, and that just causes the Terran to spread out. And with Ravagers here, he can actually start to pelt the tanks. And without the tanks, it's just very hard to have any kind of staying power here if the numbers get high enough. More Lings and Roaches are coming out, another Queen sniped.
But Maru's like doing an admirable job here. He's pushing everything back once again. Does bring a tank up to that high ground and sieges it. Did lose 1 tank already here as well. As another tank actually outside right now. Maru trying to catch up on workers. Of course, his have been fighting quite a bit also.
So it's not done yet. And again, there's 2 launching pads for attacks here. There's one that's in the main, which it looks like is going to go away. And then there's this other one out here in the natural. So, I mean, Dark has done a pretty impressive job fighting, but it seems like even he realizes this isn't going to work. He has to try to transition into mid-game, and we know that because there's 2 Evo chambers coming down now. Oh, you're kidding me. He's making it again.
Yeah, he's got his creep tumors here to see it. This is so funny. As the units come out, he'll pop in there and do some more damage. We'll see exactly how much. Just sending some Lings out at the moment to harass these workers a little bit. And of course, he does have to boost back. That's just buying Dark a lot of time.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's making the Terran respect the threats the Zerg has here. Behind it, armor and missile attacks are going to be upgraded for Dark, but this seems like a pretty big tempo swing here in Maru's favor. You know, the Zerg has to really commit to doing damage when they do that Nidus play. And so Terran stabilizes, getting the upgrades of their own, but I think we're due for a push in a little bit.
Well, I think that would be the right play here, like force Dark to really field an army. We see the Infestation pit being made. I actually really want to see Infestors here. I think Fungal along with Roach Ravager is probably the best bet for Dark. I absolutely do not think he has time to get up to Hive and make anything happen with that. Like, I don't think he can go up to Viper. It's just, if he gets there, amazing, but Maru should be pushing out. And here comes this first push. No, he's going to Hive. Okay.
Yeah, here he goes.
Going for broke.
Terran's going to come in, and this is honestly kind of a crazy angle that this, you know, nothing makes it so that you need the Evo chambers here. But like he gets there and he's like, oh, I'll take that, and just snipes it down.
It's a great pickoff.
Did he get the armor or the missile?
Attack.
He got the attack upgrade. Okay. Kind of an insane.
Which probably, if you're going to lose one, the attack is probably better to lose, honestly.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, if he's going to win this game, eventually he'll go into Ultras, and you don't care about range attack for that. Okay, well, Baneling's speed is coming up. He is making some Infestors here. I think that is a really good call. A couple well-placed Fungals could be amazing. Maru being forced to pick up once again. We have now triple Evo going here for Dark, who has made his way up to 75 drones quite comfortably.
Oh, this is going to be a big catch. If he can just, like, kill this before he can even cancel it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always a good move. Tunneling Claws about to finish.
And so Maru, he's got a lot of freedom here on the map. I mean, he's able to kind of move around. I mean, this is always one of the unfortunate factors of not going for Spire right away, is that Medivacs can basically roam uncontested. And so, this is Dark trying his best to get back into a, manageable position here into mid-game after the all-in was failed.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I think that Maru is doing this just right. Like, he's canceled a base, he got rid of an Evo. I saw him dive on those 2 Infestors. Now there's no Infestors out, which is, Infestors can just be a big headache. So he's playing it very well. Interesting to see Drilling Claws on the way, maybe just kind of getting everything at the moment. Some Ghosts coming out here also. And, I was wrong. Dark has lived to his Vipers without too much of a problem. Maru has continued to grow though. And as weird as it feels, I think we're just going to get into like a somewhat normalized macro game after the crazy opener that we had. Well, Dark is, we've talked about this so many times, how Dark is like the best low econ Zerg, like at getting into a macro game. Like, this guy has so many games under his belt against the world's best players where he's at like 40-something drones for forever in terms of StarCraft 2, and he will make it into Hive, and he will battle back cost efficiently and make it like a real game. And he was at like 43 drones forever.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
And here we are with 3 Evos, the Ultralisk Scavenger on the way, 4 full energy Vipers flying around.
But I think we are due for a split map game here. And I think Maru really is the best in the whole world. And TY was as well when he was not in the military. But
Maru probably even better, though.
Yeah, probably. And so this does put a little bit of pressure on the Zerg to end the game, because a survivalist Terran and split map mines out after the Zerg does. In other words, the Zerg mines out first. And so that is one way that you can just kind of lose. And we were talking about this a little bit in the other game of like, if Maru wins on map 1, it would probably have to be that once he lost control of the mid game. Are they just going to explode? Nope. Woo! I know this exactly. So
painful.
This is going to put some pressure over here onto Dark to try to do something. Ideally start to take out these bases that are going to be built in on the left.
He's opening up the map, continuing that creep spread. Maru is getting some damage here and there on the fringes. But it's almost like, we were joking about it before. It's like none of this damage is going on Dark's permanent record, It's like he's getting damage on the fringes, but Dark's like, that's okay, I'll put down another hatchery there once I kill this army.
Yeah.
And he's taking it slowly but surely in the direction that he wants to go in. You can see his upgrades just continually coming. But Maru, I think, is in much better shape than what we saw in the Gold Wall game. First off, everything is a bit more attackable. But also, he's got a lot of bases. You can see he's into his Ghost right now. He's got a very solid economy at 87 workers, even more than Dark.
It's kind of funny to watch these Marines actually win this engagement. I thought wasn't going to be that important. They're like killing everything. And he's going to pick him up and get right back out. This is quite a long series between these two. Only going into game 2, man.
I'm digging this game. With the opening that it had, it looked so bad for Maru, and then he got the tank and kind of fought back, and then Dark came in again. So a really, really cool opener. But now that we're into this position where it doesn't look like Maru's dead and he's got a hell of a lot of bases, I'm excited to see how he wants to go about actually pushing this down. Because he's got a lot of Ghosts. He's actually adding quite a few mines now. He's getting all sorts of upgrades. Getting like his building armor and everything as well. But Dark is getting out of Roach Ravager at this point. Wow. Yeah, look at this. He has the Greater Spire coming, a second Spire as well, so he can get double upgrades there also.
Yeah.
Just like, I mean, completely aware that they are going to mine basically everything on the map.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy to see Maru pull this back. But again, it's all on the back of that Nidus attack that came up there. And the Zerg is getting into an uncomfortable spot because you start to expand closer and closer to the Terran. which means the rallying of troops in the pushes gets better and better and better. So it's just like hard to really deal with.
Oh my God, Tasteless.
Oh my God!
Moments before disaster right here. That was so many ghosts, and Dark just pummeled in with his Ling Bane. But Maru saved some of them. That was obviously not the most efficient play there from Dark, but killing the ghosts, I think 100% worth. Many more ghosts on the way here for Maru, who's continuing to add in those mines also. It's an interesting composition that we're watching him make right now. Right? It's like the main things that we see are mines and ghosts being produced right now. And we've seen a lot of different players bring a lot of different ideas. Like TY generally will mix in more Liberators in a game like this. You know, there was a period where Byun was actually going like Ghost Tank, which I thought was a really cool way to try to answer it. Here, Maru, though, it's like very heavy ghosts, but then also the mines, which, you know, I think the mines are going to be a great idea because, you know, Zerg doesn't, well, they kind of see him coming in, but it makes it very messy for Dark to do anything, especially considering he's a big Ling Bane guy late game.
Yeah.
But I don't think you win with Ghost Mine. And he is adding tanks and everything too, but like, is that how you push him down? I'm lightly surprised that we haven't seen nukes yet.
Yeah, I don't know about nukes. I mean, I know we've seen them a lot in the past, but I always felt like it was not. I don't know. It's kind of reliant on like them being so disorganized in the game, they're not going to deal with it. Where I just feel like maybe APM could be spent better somewhere. Would you agree with that?
So what I do like about nukes is Terran doesn't actually utilize all the gas that's at their disposal. They're very mineral heavy.
This is very interesting, yeah.
So I look at the nukes as only a mineral expense, which makes it like, okay, if you kill a spore, it's even. Kind of. Not exactly, but kind of. You get my meaning.
You don't need a major exchange to make it worthwhile, that's a good point.
But I mean, if you're going ghost heavy and then also very mine heavy, that's a way to spend more gas than we normally see in late game TVZ.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I think it's still evolving for sure.
Okay, he scans. He's going to see that the Broodlords are inbound. Can he get rid of this hatchery before they come forward? I don't think he can. I think there's going to be just enough here, even before the first Broodling comes out, to deal with this.
Well, I'll get some decent snipes in there as well.
I mean, this is not going to be the end of that. I think the Broodlords are going to just now keep pushing up here towards the center right. Center right and center left bases, by the way, they're going to be extremely important because they're sort of shared. You draw a line through the map horizontally, you could kind of go to either side, you know. So whoever can soak up the most resources on these two bases may end up just winning the game in the long run.
Oh, absolutely. Like one more base in your opponent is such a big deal. Like one base makes up for all sorts of inefficiencies, you know?
Totally.
You can roll Banes into Marauders all day if you have an extra base. Well, the Broods do take that out. We have Thors being added in now. This is really interesting. Look at this. Viking Hellbat Thor. The Hellbats, I think, are going to just be support for the Thors so that Ling Bane Broodling doesn't destroy them, but I'm not entirely sure on that. It's like funny to see them produce as opposed to Hellions, but like that's fine. 4 more factories being made, so Maru is kind of giving up on the bio, isn't he? This is an awesome game. I am really enjoying watching the way that Maru is approaching this. Like, you know, right now, Dark is the sea otter trying to crack the shell. You know, like he's trying to he's trying to get the oyster out of the Terran base, and you know, Maru is the greatest of the oysters, right?
The greatest oyster.
That's what they
That's
eat,
why
right?
they always call
Oysters,
them
or
that.
is it clams?
I believe it's oysters.
Okay, they're very fancy.
But really, Artos, your job is to know everything about animals. That's why we have you
true.
here.
I'm failing there.
Yeah.
But look at this comp. This is like really fascinating. My God. And Neural gets started as he sees the amounts of Thors, which is a cool counter as well. Yeah. See, these are gonna tank a little bit for him right there. think that's a good, it's a cool way to see Hellbats in the late game because you don't normally, right? Hellbats are kind of an early mid-game unit a lot of the
Yeah,
time.
you can pretty much forget about them, you know, after 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And so to see that's kind of novel. I mean, either Dark has to try to end the game, which I actually think he cannot do. Where Maru just needs to drag this out because Dark is going to run out of resources soon here.
Well, if you're,
Oh, God.
my God,
This
look
is
at the Baneling
comical.
count.
This is like
It is slightly
brutally
comical.
body blocking Banelings.
Dude, this is even beyond like
They look-
ST levels.
This is like,
That's a good cloak right there.
yeah, that was a great save there.
Getting some great
horribly
saves as well.
inefficient for Dark, but
Yeah.
I don't know that he cares because again,
Well-
he wants to try to end this.
Here's the thing though, if he doesn't care and he keeps playing like that, that's how Maru's gonna like easy him out of here. It's gonna take a while, but Dark will run out. You can make a switch as Dark here. You can stop going Ling, Bane, and Brood attacks and stuff like that, and you can go more Turtle. You can utilize Spellcasters a bit more, right? Make a little bit
Yeah.
more Static D. Utilize these Broodlords for poking. Yeah, I'm not sure which way he's going to go, but I think if he continues to run in like we just saw, I don't think that's the way. I don't think Maru's going to die.
I mean, Dark is. It's important to note he's basically pushed Terran off into this like upper third of the map, and it doesn't seem like Maru quite has like a response together for this. And it seems like with the Broodlings on the right and then the Ultraling Bane on the left, this may be too much to juggle here for Maru. Look, now another base is going to fall here. And it
Okay.
seems like all the buildup of this tech and these resources is starting to finally kick in.
Maybe. Like,
Well,
I mean,
look,
this
he's
is
going for the
annoying to lose
planetaries.
these.
He basically wants to stop. Oh my God, it lives.
Yeah, so that's super inefficient, but he did get 24 SCVs. The thing is, if you kill planetaries right now, like this, you can replace with orbitals and just lift them.
Yeah,
Like,
but
planetaries, I think, are more important earlier on when you're using them to hold a position, but at this point where it's like Dark coming in being cost inefficient trying to kill a base, and you lift, it's like sometimes much better
Yeah.
than having the planetary.
you almost want to have like the orbital surrounded by planetaries, not the planetary surrounded by orbitals. Like,
Oh, okay.
I think that actually makes more sense. But I think the idea is he's going to try to force a lead a couple times. This is so many Banes, dude.
It's quite a few Banes. Look at that. The Ultras got stuck. There were so many Banes. Plus that Evolution Chamber placement. Now, that is
Banes
just absurd.
They're all going for the ghosts. Oh my God. And he's trying to split them. Good cloak.
Well, that was about the most inefficient move ever. But
Yeah.
the Broodlords they're getting damage done over here. 5 Thors are being made, so I guess the Broodlords can be cleaned up when those are done. Back come the Ghosts as well. You're not going to have much defense against that. Oh, he brings a Spore over. Look at that. Look at that Spore, Tasteless.
That's pretty cool.
I like that. I guess the Broods are still in trouble, but I'm a fan of that Spore running up there because he needed it against the Ghosts.
Yeah, looks like they're going to barely survive this. But in the meanwhile, you know, Maru is pushed all the way in. I think he's going to get into the main in a second here. Maru has healthy bases he's mining from. I think we are likely to go into a game 3, Artosis.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any way for Dark to do anything from here. This was such a cool game. What a pleasurable game this has been.
A pleasurable game.
Pleasurable. Straight up.
So
And
it-
like, especially with the opening. Think back to the opening, Tasteless.
GG.
I want you to picture that opening in your mind when Maru had to leave everything out of his main base and had like 5 units when the Nidus came in.
Yeah.
And like swapped the add-ons for the factory, got the siege tank out, pushed everything back. A heroic game, no doubt.
This is a crazy series to start this off.
Yes.
I mean, I knew it was going to be good. I didn't know it was going to be epic, too.
Well, they are
So-
really battling for that, you know, the top dog in the group.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this is winning the group already.
Most likely, man. I mean,
Well, there's
you're
only one
probably right.
points.
If you're a betting man, that's the call. So, I mean, I don't know. Wait, did you see what map 3 is, Artosis? Roughneck, okay. Roughneck is where we're going to end this.
Ooh, I'm happy. Are you a fan of Roughneck? I don't think you are.
I'm not crazy about it,
No.
but I think with these two, it's going to be interesting.
I like that little tiny little corridor.
Yeah.
You know, that little,
Yeah.
that little. I want to see how many Banelings Dark can force through there.
All right, guys. Game 3, Dark vs. Maru, to decide who is the winner in this best of 3.
2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark. Onside Gaming, Maru.
I want Maru to go CC first again.
Let's see.
Oh, he's doing it. Hell yeah.
So again, for those who are watching who are students of the game, and you're checking in to be like, all right, what builds do I run now? Be careful with this one.
Yeah,
I remember when I would, I was super young, like maybe 15 years old, 16 years old, watching Star Leagues, with my brother, and I remember being so confused by seeing plays like that, where I'm like, what? That can't be safe. And then I try it online, I just lose, and I'm like, what? I don't get it. And then eventually I had to realize, oh, okay, it actually is kind of coin flippy.
It is in a manner.
Yeah, but it is, by design. If you think your opponent is someone who plays very, middle of the road, doesn't all in, but obviously is not going to go command center first, people basically don't do that. Then it's a really kind of sneaky way to open up the game and try to take a lead. But if you try this on ladder, you're going to be very disappointed, as there's so much cheese and rushes and stuff like that.
For sure.
But again, in pro play, best of 5, best of 7, I think it's a really smart idea.
Yeah, people don't want to do. People do rush builds on ladders because they're bad and they want like quick win and stuff like that. Whereas here it's like, okay, these guys are playing for real money. This is their careers.
Yeah.
And if Dark is going to continue to 12 pool regularly, his overall earnings are going to go down. So,
Yeah.
This is like a hard balance to strike.
But I agree with what you were saying earlier. Like, I'm excited to see a little bit more of this here. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's a good way to game, a system where you become a victor, and it's because through a longer series, right?
Yeah.
If it was all down to just one game, if this was like a weird single elimination tournament, you wouldn't see this, or we would be very surprised if we did see it, right?
Yeah, definitely would change it a bit.
Okay, so again, a bit of a slow start here. We've got the third base for the Zerg being taken. One thing about this map, as I look at it a little bit more, it's obviously wider than it is tall. Does seem like, Zerg doesn't have the ability to take faraway bases and kind of sit on them as easily. There's not actually that many bases on this map.
Yeah, and I actually quite like the formation of them, with the rocks kind of like making this artificial choke point. You see the queen actually getting ready to open that up. But Maru getting 4 bases really should not be difficult, and holding 4 bases really should not be difficult for him. And he's the best expander that Terran has, so it's going to allow him to get a very big economy. And then there are some fringe bases like top right, bottom left. Those are pretty far out there.
Yeah.
So anytime that's going to be the case, it's going to be a little bit harder for people to defend. Maybe Maru can harass them a bit better.
Do you think that we might see something kind of like the Nidus play from Dark again here? Just because sometimes on maps like this, a player might look at it and be like, well, I don't actually want to try to go toe-to-toe with, Maru here.
Honestly, that game might have been best case scenario for Dark with that opener against Command Center first. Is fast
that's a
third
good
command,
point. Yeah.
And a Banshee was across the map when he pulled the trigger, right? So that's like, what else were you looking for? And he ended up losing in a big 30-minute macro game almost.
What's funny is like that all in, might have worked better if the command center first hadn't been pulled off. Isn't that funny? Because like you already kind of get that lead. Yeah. So it's like it's tempting to do that because you already feel like you've lost control of the game, but at the same time it may be less effective because you've already lost control of the game.
People, I think it's counterintuitive unless you've actually played a lot of StarCraft and like have measured it, but anytime you can get your like command center, nexus, hatchery, whatever first, all the stuff that comes after actually comes quicker.
Yeah.
Because you're not like having any sort of stall in your build, so yeah, it really does like catapult you forward. All right, so layer is almost done here. Double Evo starts, which rules out a possible Nidus.
So the powering continues on. Both sides building up. Notice how Maru's done a very good job of probing the upper right and bottom left. He's basically trying to watch for like a target. Because I don't think that Maru's going to try to push right down the middle anytime soon. I don't think there's a real incentive for that here. I think you basically wait. And now we see the Zerg's play. Grow into the top, or the center right, I should say first. He may try to grow above that as well, just the way the creep is going to be spread organically.
And Dark, by the way, has shown us like everything about his play. He's getting 1-1 for Lings and Baneling speed, and we see the macro hatch in the main. So that tells us he's going to go up to Hive on only Ling Bane Queen, which I think is actually going to be a very good choice here. He's getting his creep spread out very, very far. Oh, no, he throws on the Hydralisk Den. Okay. Oh, that's interesting, because normally when you see a quick macro hatch in the main, you're going to see just Ling Bane, right? And then people go into Ultras a little bit later and everything. But here, it looks like he is going to go into Hydras with it as well, which isn't as popular anymore.
Yeah. Interesting to see. I do feel, and tell me if you disagree, but I feel like if we're on maps where these players are, I guess maps that are not like Golden Wall, excuse me, I do feel like Maru's slightly favored. You know what I mean? He's against someone like Dark. Even though Dark's very good, I feel like there's one player that can kind of get ahead of him. In these drawn-out games, it would be him.
Yeah, well, if there is one, you're definitely right about that.
And he's going to push out. And is he going to try to angle this towards the center right? Again, the fourth base, honestly, on this map, whether you take the bottom or the right one as a Zerg, neither are that pushable. You know. But once the Zerg takes the fifth base, you don't really have anywhere that's easy to expand to. I guess maybe the place that's easiest after that is the top right.
You're specifically going really towards Terran. In fact, I mean, maybe even top right would be... Well, it looks like Dark does want to expand to this little kind of pocketed base. He is spreading the creep there even more. The Hydras are starting to pop out. Good 82 drone count. And he is going up to Hive rather quickly as well, so certainly going to be getting into Lurker.
So, again, Maru being very cautious here. He doesn't want to throw anything away early on because he's going to have a push coming a little bit later here. For now, he's basically trying to control the creep up here. Nice connection with that Bane. And on the other hand, Dark is very interested in opening up the map because if he's going to continue to kind of spread out and start to dominate, he's going to need to have a lot of circulation.
Yeah, I like that he's kind of just opening everything because it is a very cramped map in a lot of ways. But that's going to play well for his Lurkers later on too, right?
Yeah, I think so. And so he's just in the process of kind of opening this up as much as he can. Zerg is going to get maxed out, and I think we're probably going to see the fifth base taken down here at the bottom in just a little bit. But there's also room to try to attack in here. Now, as far as creep goes, there's nowhere that's really desirable to try to hit from. You know, Maru's actually done a pretty spectacular job keeping creep kind of not in the picture, with the exception of this top right base, which very quietly Dark is, leapfrogging creep tumors up into that location to generate a creep highway there.
Dude, look at this. Look, this game is so interesting in a lot of ways. Maru's going up to 95 SCVs. Okay? That is like, not even TY really goes 95 SCVs.
It's a lot of workers, man.
That is, and that's just an insane economy. Also, I thought 100% because there's the Hydras out, Because normally Ling Bane, I like to see that go into ultras, right? Like that, it flows very naturally. It feels very good. But he did go the Hydra stand, so I just kind of assumed that we're going to see lurkers, but he's going into ultras from this. It's like there's only a very small amount of Hydras here.
Yeah.
It's very different the way that Dark is playing this. He's got only 9 Hydras. So
Well, he might have wanted to throw some Hydras almost like for a visual strategy.
huh.
You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes
Well, when you see the Hydras, you want to make a bunch of tanks.
Right, exactly. Like you see one, and then you're like, got it, okay, and that's like the wrong signal, and then you come in here and you're like, why do I have all these tanks? This doesn't help me at all. Like, see this?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's why he's doing it, but it's a guess.
Well, I mean, that certainly went very well for Dark. He's going to kill all the SCVs there and the command center. The Siege Tanks definitely don't do what he was looking for. A great move from Dark. Dark expanding a couple more times during this as well. He has his Ultras coming. And now he's on, like, Ling Bane Ultra. And that's going to be hard to play against. He's making 100 Lings at a time. 100 Lings, Tasteless.
Yeah, and, now he's really growing on the map here. And, this is kind of like the best offense is a good defense. I know it's a bit trite to say something like that, but it's really true right now because the weak point is going to be this base on the center left. Granted, again, there's no creep that gets you there easily, but if he is ready to spring another really powerful attack into this location, I think that there's not a whole lot Terran can do to try to stop the growth into the top right.
This looks so scary. Like, Dark is already getting to that area that we were talking about quite a bit in Golden Wall, where he's got, like, all these different great upgrades. He's got very good creep spread. He's got a ton of bases, man. Look at this. He has 7 bases. 7 bases. Ling Bane Ultra just flowing in here. The Viper's coming in for good measure. My God. How do you stop that?
Yeah,
I'm asking, how do you stop that?
I don't think you can stop that.
Answer me, Tasteless.
That's the thing, is that's a crippling blow.
It's the second time he killed that base.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think that all you have to do is keep hitting this location over and over and keep growth on your side here for Dark, and you're going to be fine.
And look, Maru's actually been more cost efficient throughout this, but it's another one of those who cares moments where Dark just has so much.
You have
7
so many
base against
bases.
4.
Yeah. Cost efficiency matters when the game's even, at least as far as economics go.
Yeah, it's like he has 70% more bases or 60% more bases, but Maru's only being 20% more efficient. So it's like, you lose that.
Yeah, I mean,
we
it's
can
like,
do math here.
It's like if you're, if you're starving to death, then everything that you can eat, you need to eat up, right? Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. And I was thinking, like, then the next part is like, okay, if you're like always full, you don't even have to eat all the food. You don't have to be efficient. That's what I was trying to get at, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'm
this
like,
is what
if you're sick, you got to take all the medicine. I mean, am I right or what? Like,
whoa.
Listen, guys, make sure you quote me on that. Don't let anybody steal that idea, okay?
Look at this, a mass Zergling drop coming in. Doesn't even use a Nidus, Tasteless. All right, throwing down Parasitic Bomb on the Liberators, busting up. Oh my God!
Just another huge blow here. And those 90 workers that we were talking about early on, it's down to 60. And, he's dropping, he's hitting all these locations. And at this point in time, there's only one expansion that's not taken on the map, and that's the other base that mirrors the one that Maru keeps losing.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Eventually, Maru's just going to be surrounded with creep. See that water where the overlords are over? That's just going to be creep around that.
It's going to look like an oil spill.
It's going to look like one of the campaign missions where you got to like move through the whole map and kill all the Zerg stuff.
He's going to be sending SCVs down there with rubber gloves, getting the creep off of the seabirds,
Yeah.
He's like hitting some snipes and everything, but dude, it is crazy. Like, Dark is sitting here on 92 drones, and like Maru is the best Terran in the world, and he is sitting here and he literally can't keep his base up. He has all this money, all this economy, all these upgrades, and he can't keep it up.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's just
I don't have a whole lot to tell him, Tasteless, about how to make it so Dark doesn't keep doing this to you.
The Overlord drop. There's a fake incoming over here. He's got Overlords coming up. They're going to park up over here.
Oh my god, the Baneling's rolling in here once again. Does some damage, but actually doesn't really lose any of his ghosts there. Once again, 13 more SCVs fall. Now he's almost 50% more efficient on Dark.
He's got a Nidus
But-
coming too.
Yeah. The efficiency here is pretty insane for Maru. But, like, he's going to eventually run out of these bases. Oh, my
it's
God.
brutal.
Just every little thing.
Dark is blowing me away here with how well he's playing. I almost feel like my take on this map is like actually the opposite. It's like, no. It's really easy for the Zerg to take both the other
Yeah.
bases.
Well, I guess when you have your 90-plus drone economy and you're just,
Yeah.
like, killing everything over and over inefficiently and getting ahead because of it, yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dark just can't be stopped. I mean, this really does look like, it's too big to fail. And again, it's all hinged on this. If Maru loses this base a couple more times, he might not end up getting enough resources to remake the defenses he needs here.
Do you think, though, because, like, Maru's kept his supply relatively high, can he stabilize at some point? Because he's being, like, he's been very efficient. He's getting more efficient. It's
Yeah.
just Dark is taking everything. He's sucking up all the resources.
I'm not sure because, I mean, the Edge is getting so insanely overwhelming, especially with this Nidus in the main, where he can now traffic as many units into the main as he wants. He's going to just pretty quickly pry open any ability to defend here. Oh, okay, hold on. These ghosts are actually going to gun this down as well. All right, maybe he's going to hang on a little bit longer. I thought the Nidus was going to actually finish and there was going to be this flood of units coming out, but I guess when you're barely on 5 bases, it's kind of not that hard to defend everything. You're done making all the infrastructure you needed, so.
Yeah. Man, that's annoying. So yeah, look at that, 25K to 18K on units lost. Oof. More Banelings rolling in to kill
Oh my
even more
God.
SCVs. I think we need to switch off an SCV-based economy, go to a mule-based economy, Tasteless.
You might as well, right?
We need to send these SCVs onto vacation.
Crazy. Okay, here comes another Nidus. And again, I mean, maybe in a perfect world for Terran, you hang on a little bit further and eventually you squeeze out that one little expansion at the top. Take that and try to draw the game out. But again, the Zerg does not have to have every Baneling connect perfectly in a moment like this.
I haven't seen Maru like attack anything in a long time, which makes me worried as well. Yeah, look at this. In come the Overseers, so suddenly the Ghosts taking big damage. He has made some Corruptors as well, so...
What an insane exchange that is.
Yeah. Maru holds on.
Yeah, I mean,
He holds on.
He's tenacious, man.
He's
This
got a
is
lot
the
of ghosts.
pro gamer version of that one mission in the campaign where you got to like stay alive for what, like 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, and he's 50% more efficient. If he can hold on to this many bases and you stay 50% more efficient, Dark is up 2 bases, so it's like 7 against 5. You win that, right?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, let's see.
I'm just trying to like look at it purely like
Oh,
how
as a
efficient
math
do you have
problem?
to,
Yeah.
how efficient, right? Because if he's up only 2 bases, right? So that's like 40% more bases than you, but you're 50% more efficient. Doesn't that mean that you end up winning? I think.
Maybe. I guess if you could try to push back out after that, you know.
Well, you're both going to like run out of stuff, but you're going to have 10% more, I guess. I don't know. Someone could check my math. But
I guess the simplest way to put it is the number of times we see Banelings travel an insane distance and then the Ghosts cloak and the Banelings don't kill them. One little victory there for the Terran.
Yeah, that's very true. Ghosts, they tank Banes well.
Yeah. As long as they're not killed off.
Oh, Dark screwed up and only has +2 missile attacks.
Yeah, how embarrassing.
All right, going to come in here with his Corruptors and take that out. Okay, the Ultra Queen Ling Bane comes in, some Fungals as well. Once again, very efficient for Maru, but loses a bunch more SCVs during all of this, and that was over at this base once again. 34 SCVs against 91 drones. I wonder if there is a way, as Dark, to suddenly turn this off and turn into the most efficient play you can come up with. And then be like, ha!
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is that the Terran is now at the point where they've held off enough. We're actually seeing attacks on the Zerg side of the map. You know, that's where we're at now. And, you know, Terran's at 150 supply. He's going to be maxed out pretty soon. I mean, the Zerg basically tried smothering the Terran over and over again, and it hasn't really worked. By the way, that center-left base is going to mine out. Just in another minute or two here.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not a place that he needs to defend either. So the reason why that matters is that he can actually just lift the orbital off and ditch the location and have an easier time defending this base in the very top center and the one above it. And both these bases are pretty, oh my God, hold up.
Well, this is a lot of Dark's units coming in once again. Okay, clears out that planetary, but there's still a lot left over here for Maru. Here's a question for you.
Yeah, please.
And this relates to what I was trying to figure out with math before. Once this base is gone, like you say, you don't really have to think about it. You can just lift it off. Should Maru here just focus on keeping that base that just died and the base right to the north of it that you've been talking about? Like, just focus on that, or does he actually need to attack top right, bottom left?
I mean, if he was going to attack top right, bottom left, I think he'd do it with like 1 medevac and 8 Marines. You know, something
just
where it's like not
a little bit of multitasking type thing.
Yeah, you're not really like trying to, you know, push in and overtake the Zerg and win that.
I don't think you can kill that area, can you?
I don't think so.
Like,
I don't think Maru thinks so either. He hasn't decided to do it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's basically going for an exhaust game where the Zerg's going to run out of everything. Crazy engage here. And so, I mean, I guess it's not mined out fully, but again, not as important of a location right now.
Yeah, maybe you just leave that for now. That's been attacked so many times. That's where, okay. This space is important. If Zerg gets that, 0% to win is Terran.
Well, the thing is, I don't think if it's Zerg gets it, if Zerg keeps it.
Yeah.
Because,
totally.
I mean, you can literally defend your base and push that location at pretty much the same time.
No, if the hatchery finishes, Maru gets kicked out of
those
the game.
are the lose conditions.
Yeah.
We see him just be eliminated on the screen.
He still has plenty of army and everything.
Man, all right, a lot of Banes coming here. It's crazy. It's like if Maru were to lose any of the one bases that he's had, one functioning bases that he's had, and be kept off that for a little bit, he would actually have been eliminated. But it hasn't happened yet. Dark has not managed to get that killing blow.
You know, I think if you did one, like 3 Overlord drop or 1 Nidus into the main on the left-hand side, like bottom left, if you did something like that, you could pull enough of Maru's army out of the way, you could probably kill one of these bases again. And it feels like Maru is on the edge right now, you know?
Yeah.
Is he going to grab a ghost and then EMP? No, I don't think he can. Maybe just a fungal.
Little submarine guy there.
Dude, yeah.
Assimilation successful.
Oh, he is! Wait a minute. Okay, so...
Okay, kind of cute. Didn't end up working out, but he's going to come in again.
Does he not know the hotkey for EMP or something? I'm not sure.
He might have it bound correctly on his keyboard.
That would have been amazing, like EMP there. And Dark just comes in. He is going to kill off the planetary over here.
Okay, so
this base lives.
That's a really important attack because it's 15 workers now. And yes, I know mules are, you know, a factor here, but Zerg could power up again. 3,000 minerals in the bank here. And, okay, this expansion is important, but keep in mind it's almost mined out as well. That sort of should put some emphasis on kind of where this game is at now. You can see our observers now going to click around and see that expansion, that little victory that Maru had in the top right, pretty much the worst base he could have taken out, apparently.
Yeah, I guess
and
so.
I didn't know that. Maru didn't know that. Our observer didn't know that until we went up there and we were like, huh. I guess you had a lot of drones mining there and we're not interrupted. But with only 13 workers left, kind of hard to get that momentum back, and I think that we're probably going to see Maru lose here.
Saw 211 SCVs, by the way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's So that's a crazy
That's
stat
a
right
lot.
there.
That's a lot. That might be the biggest I've ever seen.
That's like as many SCVs as you'd see made in a best of 5. Or no, that's not true actually. But you know what I mean.
For
That's
some
like,
people, that's true.
yeah, yeah.
No, absolutely. For some people, that's true, Tasteless. You get
Yeah.
3-0'd and you're a cheesy Terran, man. You get like
Yeah.
60 SCVs total, dude.
So I think in this next moment, if Maru doesn't survive this, he loses the game. And the numbers just don't speak to him surviving this. Although I would love to be proven wrong here.
It's been like an amazing battle from him because he was in, it looked like such a bad position for so long, and he's kind of stayed alive the whole time. Here comes Dark once again. He's up 100 supply right now, though a lot of it's
he
workers.
lives.
Well, his economy being shredded once again.
Yeah, but, well, you know, the problem is actually, I guess these links in the main are going to eat through this.
Yeah.
This is the problem, is even if Terran can hold one position, you can just start to send little groups of lings like this out and just kind of hit wherever. And if you notice, I mean, the supply at 94, that's bad, but it said 94 of 122. So he lost a lot of depots back there. That's a lot of infrastructure to rebuild. And again, I mean, this is not a lot of workers, it's not a lot of bases, so it's like, it's kind of a hard recovery.
Yeah.
You know, now granted, Zerg is going to start to dry up on his bases, but all the bases that Zerg is mining from, all at the same time, he's not worried about remaking Overlords. You know, he doesn't have to rebuild anything, I guess is the big picture of what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
This should give Dark enough momentum to actually have a closing attack.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I gotta say, listen, we've talked a lot about how Protoss need a door. You know what Terran need is banks, okay?
Yeah.
Compound interest is the greatest force in the universe, and the Terran invented that, and the fact that they aren't able to utilize that here. Imagine if he had compound interest right now, Tasteless.
Yeah, he needs crypto is what he needs.
He needs to
magic
sell
internet
Dark some
money.
NFTs,
Yes.
man. That's what he needs to do. His money, though, is like, look, he's got so many mules mining right now. He's actually mining more minerals than Dark for the first time in 1,000 years.
So, I mean, oh, I just noticed this too. Maybe you mentioned this earlier, Toast. It's been a long game. Center left is being mined by Dark.
Oh, that's
so
hilarious.
funny.
I didn't notice
I
that
actually
at all.
missed that up until now.
That's just how gross Dark is,
He's
man.
like, I will spend exactly the price of this hatchery just to eat
Dark-
up these minerals so you can't have them, Maru.
Dude, Dark is that uncle that picks up used cigarette butts, okay? That's
He's
what
the uncle that
is.
smokes you cigarette butts. That's an yes. He is not, he like will not let the milk go bad.
No, he will not.
He's like, well, I'm going to have to drink a whole gallon of milk today 'cause it's going bad tomorrow. It's like, you know, that's probably too much milk for you. Well, here's the thing. I got this crazy thing in my head that says I have to consume all the food in the fridge. I call that my cost efficiency.
You have him over my house to eat all that celery that goes into my
That's
crisper
right.
all the time. Who eats celery is the biggest question. All right, Broodlord's coming over now. He has the queens. He's set up some spores. Dark is maxed out. Army supply is very similar here.
And there's while this is happening, links are going to come into the main.
It's a really great move.
Yeah.
Maru has to deal with this. This is so dangerous, which means the Lings are going to kill a lot of his infrastructure. It's such a powerful, powerful move at this point in the game to just have a little bit of this going on. Look at that.
It's kind of crazy watching Maru hang on like this.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of marveling at like
He's amazing.
like Dark has won this game for sure, but like Maru is just like, I don't know.
I think
Maru
Maru would have won this against pretty much anybody in the world, except for Dark.
This is like watching the Die Hard movie, but in this case, like Bruce Willis loses in the end.
Yeah.
Like, this is.
There's
kind
too
of-
much blood loss through his feet, which was that fourth base.
That's
you know?
right. He can only walk on so much broken glass. What's crazy is that
He's so silly how good he is.
does he know that there's no
He
minerals at
might
that base?
can he win this still?
No. Well, there's,
Tasteless. Tell me he can win it still.
I mean, if he wins it, we got to build the statue of him outside the studio.
I'm just going
If
to
he wins
recarve
this, we all
Minsk's
have to name
face.
our children Maru, like everybody who's watching.
I'm renaming all my children.
Yeah, Maru
all 3
1,
girls
Maru
and
2.
the boy.
That's
the
right.
boy I already named Maru. And I'm not even going to be nice like George Foreman. They're not getting numbers. They're just all Marus
It's
straight
just
up.
Artosis and the Marus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have to turn that into your band name too. So.
So stupid. Oh my god.
Well, I just want to point this out because we're not done with this yet. It's 8 o'clock. We started at 6:30.
It's my bedtime in 2 hours. Like
It's crazy
you might have
how
to
long
finish
this
this
has gone
by
on for.
yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, some Neurals coming down. A lot of Marine Marauder coming up. Some Hellbats as well. Oh, the Fungals, absurd. This has got to be it.
I think so, right?
Yes. That's it.
All right, that's
Those 4 ghosts can't do it this time. He's going to go pick them up, though.
GG. There we go. All right. Crazy series. Dark does take it, putting them in the lead for this group and likely to come out in first place as these are the 2 favorites. What a series, but
that heavy trading style Dark Tasteless is so... It's wild to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something else, man. Damn. What a series. I don't know if we can top that tonight, guys, but we're going to try. All 3 games are amazing, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, and
they all had their own moments there for sure.
Yeah. Dark, truly the Zerg that game.
Yeah. He was what they envisioned.
Yeah. Guys, tiny break. Coming up next, Creator versus DRG.
You gotta compete. Hot like the sun, I'm bringing the heat. Champion. 24/7, nothing in between. All of this golden and turn me a king. Fighting the battle and showing my teeth. You know I'm a beast, so I gotta eat. Hard work, dedication. I'ma be the greatest. It's mine for the taking. Had to be patient. I remember days when they said I wouldn't make it. Wish you could come see the look on their faces. It's amazing. Yeah. Hard work and dedication. Hard work and dedication. Move through the hatred and never entertain it. Stay in your lane and stay focused. They want you to blow it, but when you work for it, you know it. Gotta stay polished, so practice the hardest. You're not the greatest if you can be guarded. Gotta go harder, get wiser, be smarter. Start on the bitch, make it way to a starter. Once you a starter, go get you a ship. When you a ship, go and do it again. 24/7, nothing in between. All of this golden and turn me a king. To be the greatest, you gotta compete. Hot like the sun, I'm bringing the heat. 24/7, nothing in between. All of this golden and turn me a king. Fighting the battle and showing my teeth. You know I'm a beast, so I gotta eat. Anybody winning, you a everybody winning, you a champion. Anybody winning, you a
for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
우리가 기다린 사이다 처음이야 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다 시기 섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 공부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다.
나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫6.
처음이야 우리가 기다린 사이다 처음이야 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다 처음이야 질성 사이다 플러스 시기 섬유 함유 특별함의 이유 Yes I want it 새로운 사이다를 원해 Yes I want it
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면
점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 공부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리
Today's matchup. Dark. Maru. Creator. DRG. Hero. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. 2022 GSL Season 1 Code S.
Welcome back, everybody. We just wrapped up a best of 3 that was the length of a feature-length film. We're just getting started.
Yeah. Well, that's the plot twist into that movie. This has only just begun. Dark takes the lead in the group, and that's a pretty big deal because him and Maru, obviously, you're looking at probably finishing on top of the group. Up next, we are going to have a couple of the Team NV boys going at it.
The NV boys?
NV boys!
This is going to be an interesting one. I feel like this is 2 players we don't see fight that often. Creator has been playing out of his mind. The question is, can he keep the streak going? This is a player who's consistently not performed as well as his peers in GSL. But in an insane breakout performance, he got first in his group.
Yeah.
And so the question is, like, can he keep that going? Bear in mind, he had an amazing day in his first group. This is a 2-day group to get through.
That's right.
So he has to kill it today, and he's got to kill it in a week.
Well, this is his best tournament performance in the last 10 years. Think about that, guys. Think about what game you were playing 10 years ago. The answer better be StarCraft.
Yeah, StarCraft 2. Better be.
And imagine that.
And if it was before that, it's got to be StarCraft 1. Everything, well, maybe Warcraft 3. We'll let you guys in 2, okay?
Will we?
You guys are distant cousins, okay? Warcraft 3, those guys are our cousins. We don't talk to that much. When we hang out, it's cool.
Yeah, I guess
we pick right back up where we left off.
And our Age of Empires, like, in-laws or something like that. Like, what do you call like a cousin that by marriage only?
A cousin by marriage?
Yeah.
Like, that's called incest. No, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe that doesn't even exist.
Age of Empires is like our neighbor kid friend that we hang out with.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, it's time for the second best of 3 of the night. Creator vs. DRG starts now.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team NV, Creator. Team Envy, DRG.
All right, the hatchery block does not get there in time. That's fine. Just goes up in the main. I'm excited to see what Creator has planned. On DRG's side, it's like, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some planning that can happen from the Zerg side, but you know, the early game of this matchup, I think, is so much more dictated by Protoss.
Is that a probe on fire?
Yeah, it is.
Kill me! Again, guys, we can have studio audiences finally. Thank God. Hope to see you guys down here. And I think the travel restrictions in Korea are starting to ease up as well.
Yeah.
So those of you guys who've been hoping to finally make like a tourist trip out here to Korea, I think that's soon. I mean, definitely check online. I mean, I don't.
My friend today told me he got in without
without quarantining.
Without quarantine. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. That was
that's excellent.
Limiting our ability to travel, or making travel desirable at least. But yeah, just make sure you check ahead of time, because like it's not like in the States.
Tesla's told me, they say at the airport.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, Tesla's told you.
The immigration officer just stamps your passport and you come right in.
Oh, well, if Tesla said so, sure.
Well, we had some people that wanted to come to GSLs and they did quarantine, and then the studios were shut down and they couldn't come in. So it's rough, man. By the way, Robotech here for Creator.
Yeah, look at that. What do you think? Like, are we going to see Speed Disruptor drop?
Maybe. I mean, I don't see any kind of complementary tech with this to kind of
you would normally go
warp
Twilight,
anything in, you know?
You go like Twilight and Robo, but we just see Robo.
Maybe it's going to be kind of a homage to the Reaver drop here.
Well, I mean, I like the Disruptor drop openers. They're cool. And I liked some of the builds that we saw, like, well, it was years ago now. God, the StarCraft's been out for so long now. But you remember Stats versus Sue, where Stats is flying around, like, with Stalkers in the Prism and, like, picking off Overlords and then going into it? Something like that would be cool.
I mean, you called it, man. This is what we're going to have.
Yeah.
Unless he does.
Well, I don't know what else you...
The ancient Wings of Liberty play where there's one Colossus in the War Prism, and it's like, this is terrible.
Yeah, no, that was never good.
Remember that? That was like one game of GSL. We're like, yep, put that opening in the trash bin.
Oh, man, and Zergling just walks up and sees everything. That's rough.
That's bad, dude.
Yeah, it's not
Creator.
good.
Creator's so inconsistent.
Well, I don't think it's like, it's not maybe end of the world that he sees that. It's a harassment opener that oftentimes goes into a timing push. Do you still hit the timing push, I guess, is the question.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if you could segue out of... there's certain builds where, like, even if they know it's coming, you're like, well, my hands are tied. I have to...
Oh, yeah, you still have to
try to get value out of this thing.
What else could you possibly do? You get, like, observer speed and go scout what they're doing.
You go scout and see how much you're going to lose this game by. And
Damn, you didn't need to do that. I could have told you that.
Yeah. You just got to go, man, I really will never get to leave my base.
All right, so some Adepts coming out. Yeah, maybe he's going to do one of these shade in, do 2 volleys, pick them up and get out type of tactics. No, he's going back for the Disruptors. Pick them up.
All right, go.
Yeah, and a Colossus follow-up. So let's see if he adds a bunch of gates.
Yeah, I think that, if the strategy goes perfectly as planned, this wouldn't have been scouted, obviously, but then you would harass, you'd take out whatever you can with the War Prism, and I think that, you collect more and more Colossi while filling that in with more gateways, and then you have this kind of wrecking ball push.
What do you think for DRG here? Do you think Spire?
Well, if it is Spire, there's 2 Stargates coming, which was not something I anticipated.
And there it is.
Spire.
And I think that this is kind of the to and fro that you should see. Like, if you look at it in theory, from both sides, this is how it should probably go down, right? You have disruptors out already, so like their ground attacks are just not going to be very good, and they should go Spire, and then to go double Stargate to try to counter that, I think is a smart move.
Okay, not bad. Oh, pretty good dodging actually with that drone. I don't know how long the shelf life is going to be for this disruptor to keep roaming here.
It's hard to kill.
So he's going to go Phoenixes, and this is kind of a funny tit-for-tat with tech responses.
Yeah.
So, like, you see the Warp Prism, and I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense, I think, to anybody who follows StarCraft to just get mutas to chase the thing out. But then the setup play here for Creator is, like, to have the hard counter for mutas behind that.
Yeah, and he actually canceled a Stargate after it got scouted. So he's got like 1 Phoenix right now only. So if actually a bunch of mutas get made, then he outthought himself. Well, that's not good.
Oh, that's too bad. But again, you know, it's harder and harder to make a Warp Prism work the longer it's been out. And I mean, this was discovered before.
Well, that was him like really not looking at it.
Yeah.
That was blindly going to the main base, and he was elsewhere.
So, you know, I might be completely wrong, but, you know, Creator has been very inconsistent, and we may see that here today where, like, he killed it, you know, just a week or two ago, and now we're back and he's not able to perform.
It's, like, I think he did, like, fine with the Disruptor drop until that one moment, so maybe if he can keep his cool, he's still all right. Now look at this, 7 Corruptors being made, 9 Corruptors being made. And, okay, if you go Corruptor and then Muta, but, like, only the Corruptors are not going to find... They're not going to find anything. They're going to find 1 Colossus that they can basically kill for free, but then it's basically like Blinkstalker, Disruptor. So the Corruptors actually are not going to add as much value as I think he's looking for.
Yeah, you could be right about that. Nice Warp It, by the way, blocks out those Lings. But, you know, Zerg's getting pretty big here. Oh, man, he even gets that 1 Stalker there. And 13 mutas are inbound.
Okay, there you go.
So there it is. Okay.
That's what I was kind of wondering about here, because a Corruptor into Muta definitely can be workable against Stargate tech.
Yeah, well, I think the Corruptors basically mute the Phoenixes, and then the mutas can be used. So, is he going to go...
Oh, boy.
Getting a little barfy barf, huh?
Yeah, getting his barf on.
Little puke puke.
Not looking so hot here for Creator, unfortunately.
This is rough, man.
Yeah, he trades like 2 Corruptors, maybe 3 for a Nexus, so that's a pretty damn good trade. And now we're about to have so many mutas fly over that I think Creator is going to die.
I'm trying to find some kind of poetic way to describe the feeling of watching the Corruptors just walk into the base and kill the Nexus and then leave. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's almost like Creator was in a chase scene and he had to get out of this building in a certain amount of time, and there was only 1 elevator, and that was the only way he could get out, and he accidentally went up to the top floor instead of down to the bottom. It was just like, well, how bad could this possibly be, you know?
Okay, yeah. And then the mutas fly in, and...
It's like he was on fire, and then he saw what was like a big bucket of water and poured it on himself, but it was acid.
Oh,
okay.
Boy.
That is...
Would it put out the fire is the question.
Yeah, but then you have acid on you.
Yeah, no, that's a problem. That's another problem, too.
Yeah.
You need to find another bucket of water.
Yeah.
But then you try to pour that on you, it's fire. It gets rid of the acid, but you're on fire again. Damn, you just can't catch a break.
Yeah. He grabs another bucket, pours it, it's flour. Okay? Now you're melting in acid and you've got flour on you.
Oh,
another
boy.
bucket, feathers. Now you look like a chicken and you're going to die.
Oh, no.
All right. It's not every day we see a finisher with Corruptors killing the Nexus uncontested.
Yeah. Some things went wrong for Creator. The Ling getting in was the first mistake that kind of led into everything else.
Yeah.
See if Corruptor, I almost called Creator Corruptor. Let's see if Corruptor could take a map. I'm like, oh, they already did, never mind.
We were going to go to Roughneck. Again, Creator with a bumpy start. Honestly, as much as we could talk about the Corruptors, really just having that build scouted, that spells disaster.
Yeah, you're wanting them to go naturally into like Roach Ravager type
Yeah.
play, and then you start punishing that.
That's a surprise build, okay? Otherwise, we'd see Protosses do that build every time, and we don't. Roughneck. Get your neck braces ready. We're going.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, Creator. Team MB, DRG.
Little hatch block this time. Pulled off by Creator. DRG will just go to his third.
Like the squares they have for where the hatchery goes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes it it's already easy to place it, but I guess there's something kind of nice about it.
Yeah.
It would maybe help like a noob or something, right?
Yeah.
You look at that, you're like, I guess that's where I put the hatchery.
Remember your training. Put the hatchery in the square.
Remember
Put the
your
round
training.
hatchery in the square hole.
Yeah. Or the pyramid-shaped nexus in the square hole.
Yeah,
I guess command center's around too, aren't they?
they are. They're very disc-like.
Huh. Why is nothing square?
Yeah. That's what they're going to do for the fourth race. That's the Zelnog expansion. Yeah. That was like the big reveal at the end of Brood War.
What?
It was like that there's Zelnaga, there's like a fourth race.
Oh, that they like made...
They made the
They made
Protoss and the
hybrids and stuff.
Zerg.
Yeah, they made those two, but they didn't make humans.
Yeah.
no one wants to claim Terran, man.
Yeah,
no way. Like, why'd you make those so poorly? They're like, yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
really sorry about that.
They actually did make the Terrans, but they just don't want to own up to it. They're like, no, sorry, man.
Like, no, you guys are from somewhere else.
Yeah. You guys stim and use drugs to attack faster, not something to be proud of. So let's see what Creator wants to do this time around. Stargate this time.
Okay.
Not that we expected him to do the Robo build again. I think that's kind of a one-off for the whole, maybe even the whole tournament, as far as Creator's concerned.
Maybe. The drone, by the way, that DRG sent over, like that kind of, I think it shows in a lot of ways that he feels very confident here, right? He sacks this drone. It actually went out pretty quickly right after his natural hatchery.
Right.
And it just stayed in there until it died, and it saw the Stargate, and he probably feels really good right now, because the best Creator can do, I guess, is, well, there's two options. You keep the Stargate, and he knows that you have Stargate, or you cancel and you start another tech very late. Now the Overlord gonna go and peek in as well, just checking if that actually got made.
So it's going to be that Void Ray coming out. Oh, looks like he was going to turn around for a second, but he was going to commit inside of there.
Do you think it will be one of these Void Ray Sky Toss builds? We've still seen some of them. They're not extinct.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. You know, the Void Ray got a bit of a nerf, but I don't think it's an obsolete unit at all. Even though that's what people say. You know, when it's when anything gets a nerf in a game, it's like now it's going to be unusable.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see. Behind it, it's going to be an Oracle, but I think this is a strong opening anyway because of the ambiguity it creates.
You could be doing anything behind it.
So yeah, I mean, let's just see kind of what sort of game we're going to have. Again, Creator kind of going for a more conservative route here, just trying to build up bases. No trickery, you know, into the series for Game 2 so far. Game 1, he definitely wanted to surprise him, but maybe Creator can play a better game overall here. Second Stargate.
Okay. I wouldn't mind seeing Creator do what Zest was doing. I think that it's actually kind of sad that Zest went out so quickly this tournament, because he's been in good shape for a while. And remember on this map where he actually had this cool build where he like took his 3 base and then the 4 and sat there and didn't quite max. And he was trying to get carriers out really quickly by being very efficient with like some disruptor tech and everything. I really liked the ideas he came in with, and then he just didn't execute his defense very well. We might see Creator go down this road. Like, look, he has a Robo. I think he'll go directly into Disruptor with that. And then I think he's going to... you know what? I think he's going to play somewhat like we saw Zest do. And I would like to see that executed a bit better than Zest did, because it felt like it had merit on this map, you know, with how close the 4 bases are. It seems reasonable.
Getting the forge here as well. You know, I mean, this is all pointing to a very long game. He really wants to try to macro up and you know, power up as best he can.
Player is almost done here. Evolution Shaper as well. RG continuing to push that creep out. I like that. Get a little tumor right there. Nice. Gets another.
So a little tag here in the main to follow the tech. And it's going to be a super slow game for sure. I mean, Void Ray's building up. I don't think the Zerg has ambitions to attack just yet. And I don't believe that the Zerg has figured out exactly what the Protoss is up to either.
Oh, the Lings just ran by and saw +1 air attack started. So that might be the first tell that he's really getting as to what's going on. He starts to Spire immediately. It looks similar. It's not exactly the same, I don't think, but it looks really similar to what Zest was trying out. So decent amount of voids out.
And he might just come in here and poke out this hatch. But there's probably enough queens to fight this off.
Yeah, it's going to be a dirty battle if he tries to fight those.
And now getting air weapons here, too.
Yep, 3rd Stargate, so definitely going into carriers from there.
Oh, boy. I'm getting deja vu vibes here from the Warp Prism earlier in game 1. It's a glitch in the Matrix, Artosis.
He's actually making a lot of voids.
Yeah.
It's more than I thought. I thought he'd maybe cut by now and
switch into carriers or something.
Yeah, but we don't see the fleet beacon yet, so... I mean, maybe he just stays on Void. 3 Stargate Void is... like, just Void Ray Disruptor? I don't... Okay, there's the fleet beacon.
Okay, you can see these voids chasing this out here.
Yeah, showing quite a bit. Corruptor's being made. It's got more than enough voids to deal with those, though.
Yeah, it's hard for the Zerg to really engage with this, at least for now, in the game. But with the 10 Corruptors coming out, there may be opportunities there.
Fleet Beacon's going to be finishing. Creator sitting healthy at 150.
And this
Void Ray speed. He's 3 voids at a time, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I really didn't expect what we're seeing here.
He's going for flying laser pylons.
Flying laser pylons. This is interesting. More disruptors as well. Like, you will wreck the Corruptors, and he's got disruptors, so he could theoretically deal with the queens very, very quickly with that.
That's true.
But you need something other than disruptors. Like, the disruptors are going to be better right now defensively. If you want to utilize them offensively, you need other ground units to buffer for them, right? Otherwise, you just die so quickly. You get like 1 shot maximum.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure exactly what that plan is. Maybe there's some sort of tactic that Creator's going to use here, like dive in, kill a hatch, warp out, that type of thing.
Well, these Void Rays are going to get here right in time, and again, they're fast now, so it's very hard to actually escape. It looks like they're barely going to be out of range.
They turned too many of them on there and they slowed down.
Ravagers coming into the mix as well. Zerg maxing out. Protoss not too far away, and his own supply at 170.
23 Corruptors against 12 Voids. I mean, if you're over batteries and stuff.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, he's over some batteries here.
Oh, it's kind of a mechanically tough army to use right now here for Creator. You know, and he's just going to start the push. He's got spores coming up here. He basically knows if he can overpower the Void Rays, he's probably going to win the fight.
Oh, yeah. If you kill the Voids, it should be over. Like, everything he's done has gone to that. Wow, that was a good connect.
That was cool.
Yeah. I did not think it was going to, actually.
It's kind of a weird moment. The Zealot barely lives, and so does the Spore.
Keeps making those Voids. Another nice hit.
Oh, and he's going to have a little attack over here.
That is going to ramp up so quickly. Oh, my God. And he overcharges to heal it. Does end up saving it here.
Yeah. But, again, the Void Rays can't really be everywhere at once, and this is one of the weaknesses about unit compositions like this one, is that you basically just run in. You just go where the Void Rays are not. It's one of the reasons why that speed upgrade is so important. What?
Wow.
Oh, my God.
That was some serious damage. 18 Voids right now. He's about to go up to 21. All right, Infestors are being made. As Infestors come out, this is going to get really gross for the Voids. Like, I mean, you hit a Fungal there and throw some Biles down, things are not going to end well. Dodges that Bile very nicely. I want to see him get out there with these right now. I am so scared that Fungals are just going to destroy him.
Oh, my gosh. Nice connections on that. I think there's too many Voids. He's going to have to back up.
Yeah, the Biles are actually making him reposition the Voids more than he wants to. But he is absolutely wrecking the Corruptors when they do stand the fight.
Yeah.
He's just starting to clear up everything now.
Oh, but a small counterattack comes down here in the center right. And it seems like Creator is just barely hanging on, making this work.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's being reasonably efficient here. He's on 4 base. He's still making Voids. So he's getting air armor. Love to see it.
A couple of Templars coming in here, probably for Archons. And he's starting his push.
Yeah, walking right over the creep there.
Yeah. No Observer to kill the Tumors either, so, I mean, this is pretty bold from Creator, but I guess the supply speaks for itself. Yeah, nice Fungals, though.
Yeah, that's one good Fungal. Second Fungal comes out, actually zapping the Void, the Infestors now. He's going to kill this base.
Does he just win this game? The Archons aren't going to make it any easier for the Zerg down here.
Yeah, the ground units are not all that good. If he ends up killing all the Voids, the ground army of Creator is not, like, highly upgraded or anything.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, he has plasma shields, and I say he is getting +1.
Well, you make a good point. I mean, having no upgrades on that.
Look at Creator, though. I mean, he's snowballing this very quickly. He's already killed the base. He's killing Overlords. He's just marching through.
Again, he's trying to keep pushing this with momentum. Damn, not a bad shot over there.
Excellent one.
But the Zerg's going to try to strike back. And, I mean, does he actually overpower this?
Yeah, it seems like just barely. He's going to kill all the Voids, but the Stalkers are still here.
Yeah, but now the Voids are out of the picture. He's going to go nuke a Nexus while he tries to muster enough to stop the onslaught of this push. And I think if Zerg can hold this, it's going to be fine. But if Zerg doesn't stop this momentum, it's going to be a big problem.
That was an insane hit, but yeah, you're right. There, like, he lost the Prism, right? Like, all the Corruptors just killed everything that was flying. So he doesn't have more Warpins, and he runs off creep very quickly. I actually think that is for sure the right choice. He might have killed another Nexus, but he would have lost all of his units.
Yeah, and so, I mean, this is just not enough Stalkers to combat this. Oh, I guess it is, actually.
Yeah, the
Shield
overcharge.
batteries are good, yeah.
It does well enough. And, yeah, he does not even have Blink. My God.
So,
if he had, like,
all
Blink and Charge and a Prism, I think he could have ended the game.
Oh, I think he would have gracefully closed this out. The problem is that he didn't invest so much into the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of... You want to be able to fill in the rest of your supply with all the units, you know, on the ground that are going to make it work. But DRG took quite a beating, man. He's not really able to recover that easily. So even with really bad upgrades, I think that DRG can still make this happen.
You think so?
I think it's possible, yeah.
Wait, DRG or Creator?
No, I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. It's Creator.
Yeah,
I just realized
no,
I switched their names for a second.
That's
sorry.
what I was thinking, because this really feels like a Creator game.
No, I think he should be able to take this, but
Great usage. Oh my God.
stop that
Microbial
hatchery.
Shroud for sure.
All right, he gets the
MVP.
Nexus. But the question is, can he stop the push?
No, this is like really scary. He has Blink. Now he does Blink into all of this. All right. Throws down some decent vials there. Oh, actually, that was a great dodge on that Disruptor shot. Comes in, and he will knock out the Prism once again, but that's going to be that. Creator takes game number 2. I'll tell you what, that was very cool out of Creator and very different. Just pure Void Ray. He went up to, I think his peak was like 21 Voids.
Yeah.
And the very Corruptor heavy DRG, like eventually he cleared him, but then like his ground army wasn't quite good enough. Creator did zap that one base very well. That was an interesting, cool game. I like Roughneck, man. I actually do like this map. I think it's very interesting the way it's laid out. The games that we've seen there where it's like oftentimes one player is just defending their 4 bases. I don't know, it's just...
It makes for some interesting turtled positions for sure.
Yeah.
Like, it is very turtleable to kind of a surprising amount.
Yeah.
But then you get strained as the game pans out if you just kind of sit there and camp for too long.
And it's got the nice turtling of 4 base like Abyssal Reef, but you can't get into 6 base instantly like you could on Abyssal, you know?
Right,
so it's like actually more interesting, I think.
All right, guys, Glittering Ashes for map number 3, Creator DRG. Score about to be settled. Right now we're tied up 1-1. And by the way, Creator looking to be in much better form here in game 2, but not exactly, I think, playing at his very best either.
Okay.
You know, did not have clean upgrades there for that ground army. Didn't matter. Kind of carried the weight of the early game into the late game and made it work anyways. But, you know. And also, weirdly enough, the most Nexuses we've seen killed by Corruptors in a long time in the series.
Yeah.
All right, game 3's up, guys. Let's do this.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, Creator. Team MB, DRG.
All right, so just the fast expand here. Creator unable to block. These are really good games tonight.
These are great games,
This
man.
group is very much delivering so far, and the player we haven't seen play yet, Hero, like literally no matter who he plays is exciting because of how crazy he is.
He's one of the funnest players to cast
for
me
sure.
personally.
So you know what, Taste? I'm going to go ahead and say this group's better than Group A. I'm a Group B type of guy.
More of a B guy, huh?
Yeah.
No, I agree, man. So far, I mean,
Just call me Bartosis.
We're not even like far into this group. I mean, it's late into the evening.
We're
but
barely
like,
scratching the surface.
we
of
just
this
had
group.
like the appetizers.
Yeah.
And now they're like not bringing. We're not at the main course yet. Okay?
Yeah, they're going slow, but I've already had 2 glasses of wine.
Yeah, no, exactly. We've got our buzz on. We're in one of
Yeah.
those Michelin star places where they bring me like some kind of fish I didn't know existed on a cracker with some other kind of, you know, ice cream on it, and I eat that, and I'm like, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
And now they're
has
kinda,
a little leaf garnish on it that you didn't know you weren't supposed to eat.
I
but
put that
it's
in
fine.
my mouth, and I'm like, oh my god, now they know I'm not rich, and I took it back out and put it down. Now they know I am cut from a different cloth, a much poorer one. And now we're in this game, and this is like, what is this? This isn't like the bread that comes with it. This is more like, I don't know. What are those like 7-course meals? What's the second thing they bring out?
Soup?
Soup, thank you. There you go. They're bringing out the soup. They're explaining to me how it's prepared.
Yeah.
It's like, this is prepared with Void Rays. But we mixed it up by not having ground army upgrades here. I'm like, that's very good.
Oh, that's a really interesting take on that, yeah.
And then I think game 3 is going to be the main course.
And what's that going to be? Is that going to be Archons and Void Rays?
It's going to be Archon meat, for sure.
Archon meat.
Yeah,
It's
very
got
tender.
a big shell, but not a lot of meat on the bone.
It's only got 10 hit points.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we're going to go to dessert. And then the last game's going to be that coffee thing they bring out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, coffee. Okay. I'm very full. I could have some coffee in my
Yeah.
cup.
A little shot of Blink Stalkers there at the
Yeah.
end. You lost your air army. Time to try to overrun him on the ground.
So, excuse me. So in this game, we have an opening with a Stargate. Are we going to have the accumulation of Void Rays like we had before?
Oh, he's going to finish that. Yeah. He was a little bit back and forth on that. If he had dived towards the drone line, I think he could have gotten 4 drones there easily. But, you know, you make the best decisions you can at the time. Loses 2 Adepts for 2 drones and 2 Lings. If he had gotten the 4 drones, I'd be 100% on board with that, but not as much with what he got. Now, if that plays into the Oracle getting kills, like if we can get 3 kills with this Oracle, it's pretty good. No. Zilch.
None.
Nada.
So we're still waiting to see, you know, are there going to be more Stargates? We have 2 more gases being taken. I mean, I know that's an inevitability, but this could point to maybe some more Stargates coming down here. First, he wants to get rid of the Scouting Overlord there. This is one of the good things about the Void Ray opening is it does, as you enter into the mid-game, shut out the scouting options for the Zerg. And I think that Protoss is a race that benefits more from not being scouted than the other races in some ways.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
You know, there's like more stuff you can do that's surprising.
Oh, without a doubt, it's like how they're designed.
Yeah.
All 3 of your tech routes open at the same time. So
Right.
it's like, by nature, they should be more cheesy and wanting to block scouting.
More options to have you
Yeah,
know, unique tech plays here.
100%.
So the Robo's coming now. And again, creators brought pretty different styles here, but this may be kind of his bread and butter style, so to speak, where he really just likes to mass up Stargates. We're going to see that in a second if it is the case.
Well, going into a 3rd Oracle, it's a bit different. Like, I'm not sure what it is with 3 Oracles into Robo here with 1 Void. What are those? Twilight Forge. Okay, I think it's just going to be, like, I think he'll probably just go into, like, Charge and Storm from here.
Yeah, I think
maybe
so.
make some Immortals even. That's what it looks like. Yeah, there's the Immortal. Yeah, and I think that's kind of cool. If you keep the 3 Oracles alive, they can do a lot of the work that the Void Rays would have done anyways to keep you safe. +1 melee on the way. Oh. You know what? Okay, if you're seeing +1 melee here, +1 melee has historically been a counter to Stargate play, because Stargate units don't deal with Lings all that well. So he might be looking at this and he sees like 3 Oracles, he sees a Void Ray, right? He sees a 3rd base being taken. He might be like, all right, let's you know, get the +1 melee, try to focus on Lings being out on the map. But if you're going to go into like Archon Storm, like Charge out of this, that's not bad at all for Creator, I think.
Yeah, I like this play. And this is one of these builds that like kind of pairs with the build in game 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's Blink. I thought he was going to get Templar Archives more quickly here and play a more turtle game into a heavier push. But
I think this is fine though.
Yeah,
I think this is a cool idea actually. It's basically because of what he did in game 2. It's extremely passive and kind of lets the Zerg, you know, run free with the map because you can't put pressure on. This build is engineered to pounce pretty quickly here. So the idea is if DRG was greedy at all in these games, he's better, you know, sorry, in game 3 is what I mean to say. If he's greedy at all there, he can be punished here. Oh,
yeah, the Oracle's maybe overcommitting up here. Not sure if he's really going to get too much more. Okay. Hey, that's going to be a good stasis ward. Look at that.
Oh my god.
That's nice. That's very nice.
Cannot get better than that.
Yeah, that's about as good a freeze as you can look for.
So the 4th is coming down.
Okay, and the double Robo play.
So I guess he's not going to attack. We kind of thought he was going to be pushing out pretty quickly. I don't know if this is because he was scouted. He did this, but instead he's going to dial it back and just tag.
Here's the thing that I would be worried about here for Creator.
Yeah.
If DRG goes Muta, I think that's the best play possible for him. He's already got melee upgrades, so any sort of base trade scenario would go very well for him. You know, you're going to have like +1, then +2 Banes, which are going to wreck probes. They're going to do well against Mass Blinkstalker. It's Colossus play, so a lot of people like Banes against that as well. Ooh, that was a kill.
Yeah, did not get the cancel on that.
Yeah. So... yeah, I guess the big thing I want to see from Creator is getting that Templar Archives, like being able to add some Archons in here. This is... I like this, though. I like how this game is shaping up.
So, a very slow game here. We kind of thought, yeah, this push was going to come, but now he's going to incorporate more and more into the army with the double Colossi coming, Thermal Lance being upgraded to get that range. I mean, this is kind of exciting. The thing is, I feel like, oh, I thought he was actually going to march with the Queens across the map. I'm like, what?
Maybe he still doesn't know if there's a patch.
That's so funny. Yeah, he didn't know about the patch last time.
Who else said that? Hero said that as well, where he's like, oh yeah, no, I didn't even really notice. It's like, guys, this is your job.
You guys are pro gamers. Like,
what?
So funny.
There is something very funny about that.
The mental gymnastics we were going through to try to explain why they're still doing this attack, where it's like, well, you wouldn't expect them to move across the map with Queens. It's like, no, he literally doesn't know. It's like, oh.
Yeah. It's the most obvious thing.
All right, well, he's going to push up here to the side. And in the meanwhile, he's going to have this drop with the War Prism to try to spread out the defenses and maybe find a weak spot here, whether that be in the main or with the push coming forward. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's actually not pushing at all. He moved that back.
Yeah, he was kind of just sharking around a little bit. And you know what? Like, the Oracle's still finding some value. He actually gets a very nice amount of drones. He found a perfect place to sit those Oracles. That was great. And his Zealots killed a couple Queens, I think. Dude, I am a fan. I think Creator is putting out a cool game here.
Yeah. I'm liking Creator 2.0, man.
This is Creator 6.0, dude. Like, he's been a pro gamer for 12 years.
That's true.
You got to upgrade more than that. There's a lot of bug reports in the last 10 years, but he's finally ironed out the kinks.
That's right. It's like how long did you know, before he was like ready for tournament? It's like the Cyberpunk 77 of pro gamers. Like, it's going to be good eventually, just not finished yet. But this finished form is looking pretty good.
There's a lot of Banelings out right now. A lot of Lings, a lot of Banes. Oh boy.
Well, there's no way to save these probes for now, but the push is coming, and I think it's a much bigger issue for DRG that he managed to deal with this attack coming up here. Great connections on the Banes.
Oh my god, the force fields
they're just not
so
going to reach their targets.
So good.
Oh, this is bad for DRG. He's got this battering ram that can keep on knocking at the door.
2 prisms out right now. Still on 4 bases. He's killing like everything. DRG at 175 supply. Just remaking Ling Bane. He needs insane hits. He needs like the best connections ever here.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to find it. I mean, there's a lot of Colossi here. Blink on top, by the way.
A few good biles and everything, but yeah, the Baneling's having a hard time actually connecting. Okay, I don't think he has quite enough. I think that's just it.
GG, Creator keeps the ball rolling.
Dude, wow, and he is just fist pumping left and right. Creator's time has come, dude. Oh my god. I love to see it. He is so pumped. Look at the adrenaline running through him.
Let's go, Creator.
And
Very cool.
Well-deserved. Well-deserved. Dude, he's held on as a pro gamer for 10 years. I think anyone with his results would have quit, but he didn't. And here he is, and he's making a run right now.
It's hard to not be a fan of him right now.
Dude, he's tied for first place in Group B in the round of 10.
What a crazy day today is. And DRG, I mean, that was rough. You know, I think Creator played and executed a very smart best of 3 with the build orders that he picked and how he handled that. And I'll tell you what, he tripped up at the start. The sneaky build in game 1 was scouted, didn't matter. Guys, quick break. Dark vs. Hero coming up next.
Keep me up all night. to a minute.
저 의미야호 우리가 기다린 사이다 저 의미야호 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다 시기섬유 섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스.
저 의미야호 우리가 기다린 사이다 저 의미야호 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다 저 의미야호 질성 사이다 플러스 시기섬유 섬유 함유 함유 특별함의 이유 Yes I want it
원해.
새로운 사이다를 원해 Yes I want it 원해
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스.
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
Today's matchup. Dark. Maru. Creator. DRG. Hero. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game.
Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing on in the evening here for the GSL. And I got to say, it's been a really great night of games, man. I mean, we had this insane, epic battle to start this off.
This is already the best night for me, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
been awesome.
I mean, I think the games with the creator, they weren't as good, but it's cool to see him actually succeed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, I'm sure you guys have been watching GSL for a long time. We do have some new people that come to the show, but a lot of people that have just been fans for a long time. We're used to seeing Creator not play that well.
Yeah, he's normally like last in his group if he made it into GSL, but here he is, and he looks good. And
it's like the old South Park episodes. The Creator was like Kenny, like he died in every episode.
Yeah.
You know, it was part of the show. And now
he's Spenny, man, and
now he's Spenny, dude. Now he's he's starting to kill everybody else, and I think DRG is a good milestone for him to pass, right?
Sure.
So that's exciting, man. We've got one more game with Creator later on, but first we're going to go to Dark versus Hero. This one should be pretty crazy.
Yeah, and this is a great place for Dark to possibly really secure his lead on the group. And of course, we have Creator Maru and DRG Hero. So, some very, very good matches coming up. I'm actually really excited about all these. Okay, what do you think about this set right here? Because,
well, I mean, Hero's very good at planning. It's weird because Hero's come back and he already looks like really, really strong. Where I do feel like occasionally we get these pros that return and they do seem to be not washed up. That's not the right word. They seem rusty. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But Hero came back and he looks great.
Yeah, he's
so
strong.
The thing is, Dark is very, very unkillable for pretty much everybody in the world. So I still think Dark's probably going to take this, maybe 2-1, if Hero has a really great performance. But if Hero actually just, murders, maybe we're going to have another crazy plot twist for the day,
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to get my head to where Hero can be and what he can do to take this against Dark, but it does seem very difficult. I almost feel like he needs to pull out some Mega Cheese at least one game. If he wants to take the series, I think he needs something like a Cannon Rush in there.
Yeah.
And then maybe it's doable.
So. Thing is, Protoss have been, I don't know, their early game cheesy opportunities have kind of been sanded down.
They have been a bit.
For
sure.
for better or for worse, but I think probably for worse for someone like Hero. Not that Hero needs the cheese, but you know, I feel like all good Protosses have good cheeses. You kind of have to. It's kind of part of the race, right?
You're certainly supposed to.
Yeah, we're going to go to Berlingrad here for map number 1, then Roughneck, and if we get to map 3, Hardwire is where we'll close it out. And this game's ready to go.
2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
Still the best part of the dragon.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero.
What is Hero going to have for us here?
So we have this drone coming up from the side. What?
Yes. Now, those mineral patches don't have as many minerals as you would think, so this is probably not an expansion.
I was wondering we were going to go with that, where I'm like, Artelis, this is a cheese.
Really, Tasteless? Thank you.
Dude, this is cool. So, I mean, Dark wants to basically blindside Hero early on. Keep in mind, Hero thinks he blocked the hatchery.
Yes, he does. And the drone is actually up there, like, patrolling at the third base. So, Hero is thrown way off here. He really doesn't know.
Now, is this close enough that a building could see it? Yeah.
Just
That's
out
not
of range.
StarCraft 1 vision on those buildings.
Certainly not.
Probe not pushed to the right either.
Oh, man. Yeah, he brings up that other drone as well and opens a path for his lings.
Nom, 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 nom.
So it's going to be like a spine push. Yeah. Okay, here come the drones.
And here's the crazy thing. When they make those spines, the minerals just go away.
Hero is going to be pretty shocked in a moment here.
I'm looking at Hero's face. I think he just realized it.
Yeah, I think so.
It's actually not that easy to notice if you're not really looking for it, you know?
I wonder what the optimal thing is here. You do shield battery stalker and try to defend? Okay, Robo.
And he walls perfectly.
Okay, I like it.
But,
well, does get the cancel off on that.
You got to act fast, man.
Yeah.
Got to go fast like Sonic.
Oof. I don't know if he's going to be that fast. He's going to lose all his rings in a second here. Well, the shield batteries are doing what they can.
He has to cancel to get the stalker back in there. And they're all going down for the pylon right now. There's no juice in the battery. Second stalker's out. Probe's being pulled.
Oh my God. Unpowers.
Oh my God. And there is
about it, man.
One pylon in the back.
Yeah.
Everything else is a battery. But I think in that amount of time, you just kill the gateway.
Yeah, it's pretty bad right here, unfortunately. 3 spines is putting out insane damage.
Oh yeah, that's more than the battery can heal it. It shimmies the spines a little bit further forward here.
Well planned out build here from Dark, really catching Hero off guard.
Yeah, cheesy the cheesy player is definitely one way to do it.
He's trying so hard to get that Immortal out, but it's just going to be too late.
Yeah. And, I mean, this pylon's going to go unpowered. There is one more pylon here to the left, but, I mean, he can just dive on that like so. GG! Dark takes game 1 with style. That was one for the gamers out there.
Yeah. Hero with a little snarl of his mouth there for a moment.
Yeah.
Definitely not happy about that game. Shaking his head, yes. He knows what happened. Will he pay it back in kind?
The thing is, when you do that, right, I mean, you pull the rug out from under the player entirely. It's a frustrating way to lose, and you can see Hero's feeling it.
Well, none of your plans really did anything there, did they?
Yeah.
You had all these ideas what you're going to do with that game, all these different intricate strategies, and suddenly you die to spines.
Roughneck for map 2. I mean, see what happens. I don't think Dark's going to be cheesy again, but he could. Again, he's navigating this group very, very well. He overcame Maru in a very epic way. But in this game, it's been very different so far. In this series, I should say. Guys, game 2 is ready. Roughneck, go, go. Go, go.
Go! 2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
Artie.
Yo.
There's a drone moving out at a funny angle here.
Oh boy. You know what? Maybe.
You know what he said to himself? He said, I'm a rebel for life. Oh. And he just, oh no, he's not going to make the hatch there. Oh no. Oh. He's doing it for the gamers again.
Again for the gamers.
Again for the gamers.
He's so thoughtful like that. You know what? I think he saw Ragnarok playing. He's like, you know what? I think he figured it out.
Yeah.
This is what we were missing with Zerg all along. You guys thought that Broodlord Infester and then Swarm Hosts and now Lurkers with Vipers. You thought that these were the ways to play, but they weren't. It was actually Proxy Hatch the whole time.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, this is more on Hero's mind. He's going to go check for the third.
Yeah, he's like, you aren't. But you were supposed to make on the square.
Look, starts to sink a gate. That's what you need. Cybernetics Core.
Zealot.
Yep.
Zealot.
Zealot.
Zealot. This doesn't work. This is a few.
What else can he do here, man?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's good, right?
There's a reason why we don't see this every game, so there is a way to stop this.
Oh, for sure.
Unless today Dark broke StarCraft 2, and this is what we're going to have every time. But the disrespect shown here. Second game in a row he does this?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's bad theory, right? I mean, he's basically like, no, I'm actually just better, and I'll just do whatever I want.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, God. And now he's just expanding to his natural. You know what? Here is something to consider.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem like a bad counter where he just lets this die and you canceled your Nexus and you're chrono boosting out Zealots and you have this extra shield battery and it's like,
yeah, actually,
I mean, I like the position for Hero a little bit more, but Dark is very prepared, right?
Yeah.
He knows what's happening.
Well, he just ditches the strat.
Yeah.
It's like he makes it, he's like, okay, by the way, you're one basing right now.
And I think this is just going to come down to how good the counterattack is. Because,
Stargate.
Oh God, Stargate on one base. Okay, I like it.
Now, he didn't see it, and he won't, because the Lings aren't going to get in there.
Now, I think you have to send Adepts across the map.
I think I was on the same page as you, man. I kind of thought like 100% he's just going to make a Nexus, but he's going to actually lean into the situation.
It's not a bad idea. Like, if you make your Nexus and it's like that much later and you kind of have these worthless units, you got to do something with what you made.
Right,
and this is one of the big punishes. Like, against early pools, it used to be you'd get like the Zealot or Zealots out, and then you would have a couple of Adepts and you'd go counter-harass because they're slow Lings. But speed is actually already done. So, yeah, not as good. Wow.
Oh, man. Well, it seems like, you know, he's going to need to get some actual drone kills and do some actual damage if he kind of locked in for a little bit. Even, you know, he did get a second Nexus, but still, you know. Zerg is kind of growing comfortably right now. Nexus is only just now finishing up, by the way. He didn't control his Lings very well there. You got to be careful, you know, a couple of Adepts, that damage can really stack.
For sure. Oracle coming up now. A couple Queens, though, do see it. Nexus is almost finished. They're on the same amount of workers right now.
So the Nexus is going to finish, and then the third hatchery is going to finish a little bit further after that. Goes for a Stasis Ward, but an easy sidestep, right?
Yeah.
And now that Oracle is at half health, it's not doing anything. And gosh, watching Dark bob and weave here, with everything that was in the follow-up. It's kind of crazy. Now these adepts are probably going to have to commit into the main. And, you know, they haven't really killed that many workers yet.
No, mostly just Lings so far. And that's pretty much all it's going to be. Looks like he gets 2 more drones.
Oh. Gets the last adept. Dude. And there's a Spore here, man.
Dark is doing some things very well, but look at the worker count right now. He's been
Gamer
below
King?
30 for a long time.
Is he the Gamer King?
Which one?
Dark.
He might be.
He might be. Remember when we used to have kings and that's kind of passe? Let's go back to having monarchies. Let's make Dark our king.
Well, some countries still have monarchies.
Uh-huh.
Great Britain, for instance.
But StarCraft doesn't have one.
No, that's true.
Crazy, man, how well Dark's played this so far. But I think Hero still has some opportunities here. He's got a 3rd base coming.
Yeah, and he has 4 oracles, so he has some play defensively with those. He has some play, you know, harassment-wise with those as well. Oh, wow, it turns all of them on? Wow.
Zapping those Lings.
Oh, my God. It's like you want to change the channel and you have 4 remotes.
So he's continuing to roam here, looking for any opportunity. And he's going to come up into the main. That's the plan next.
Rochwarn on the way. Dark has gotten himself up to 50 drones. Blink coming up here for Hero. Five gases. I love seeing things like that. He's like, you know what I need is 5 gases. So that's 5 drones, and then you need 3 drones per gas. So it's 20 drone commitment right there to gas. It's like, I need a 20 drone swing towards gas right now.
Oh my God, he keeps it alive.
Ooh, nice.
You know, Hero really does have some of the best micro in all of StarCraft 2, and you see why right there.
Yeah, he really does. Like, I guess we haven't talked about that lately, but for a long time it was kind of between him and Parting as the micro gods of Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, they're the 2 Protosses that are the most similar to each other, but now Parting's not here. And we've never seen those guys in the same room together. I mean, who knows, you know? Is it
if
true
I go
that,
to YouTube and type in Hero vs. Parting, I will find
I don't think
20
so.
matches.
Yeah, it's funny how confident you are, but I think if we just put glasses on Hero, we're going to realize it's Parting, okay?
Oh my God, yeah. And have him on like stilts too, because Parting's a lot taller.
That's right.
Yo, we haven't seen Parting, and he had long hair. Could have cut it.
Yeah. It's the Superman effect. It's like, who is Superman? I'm like, can you not recognize faces? What's going on here?
And isn't that funny? He has to go to the military right when Hero gets out.
Yeah, exactly. Huh. Funny.
Yeah.
Funny. No, you're right. No, you're right. They're probably 2 different people. All right.
This is a lot of Stalkers.
Yeah.
+1 blink is done. Oracles are still around. This is like, those Stalkers can beat the army that Dark has right now.
Well, he's going to see this coming. Oh. Get wrecked, Zerglings.
Yeah. They're not having a good time there at all. Back to the rocks. 71 drones. So, I mean, Dark has an insane economy right now, but is he going to be able to hold this without too much damage?
Some of the best micro in StarCraft 2 inbound here. If he just ekes out enough damage, he could swing the fight, maybe.
Charge and +2 coming up. A lot of roaches are starting to be created right now. I like that he's trying to take down the tumors so that he can have a little bit better chance here against the incoming swarm, but he can't attack right now.
No.
Like, he can roam a little bit on the edge of the creep because he has blink, so he can get away. Because this is like a Roach Ravager army, so it can't really chase the Stalkers. But if he commits at all, he's going to be in so much trouble.
Yeah, he cannot overextend here. But he's got a 4th base. That's the same number of bases that Zerg has. And this might be all he needs to do is basically stay back, you know? Zealot's going to come in here. They are going to overwhelm these roaches. but I don't feel like this is a tremendous win on either side here. I mean, the Zealot count is going to diminish, and I don't think you care if you trade Roaches in for Zealots. I mean, they're both units that are made to trade into each other, so it's not like, you know, it's a big deal. And I think the core army, which is the Stalkers, they've been chased off. The Zealots do breach over into the natural, but they kill 5 drones.
Yeah, not that much. I think he was trying to use this. You know, there was a lot of potential there with that, especially with the Stalkers trying to counterattack elsewhere. And it didn't go as well as he was hoping for, but I don't think it was like a terrible idea. The idea had merit.
It's not bad, but I think the counterattack might be a lot better here. I mean, right now, because he's been forced to power up with Roaches, he's going to organically have a counter to come over here and try to hit these bases.
Right now, Hero's on like pure Stalker. He is starting to add some High Templars. We see more Zealots being made at home. I tell you what, if he somehow could wiggle a couple Disruptors out, what shape he would be in. He's actually on 72 workers. He's got his 4 bases. He's taking a 5th base. Look at how he's playing this. This is like...
Yeah, this is really different.
Very like tempo-oriented, where he's so in the face of Dark that he's actually out-expanding him.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. He's playing like he's a Zerg.
Yeah. This can fall apart, though, because he has... None of his units actually have like long-term value. Stalkers are just like, yeah, I don't know, you might come as good as you can, haha. You know, it's not the end game unit. Now he's coming from the other side, another good fungal. Some good files go down as well. He's losing a lot of these Stalkers. Look at this, he's down 70 supply. He's got 5 bases, but he's down 70 supply. If he just had anything other than gateway units, and that's the thing, you can't, this is so hard to do without just putting all of your money into the gateway units, but if you could get a few Void Rays or a few Disruptors, he would be in very good shape. Can he? If he just keeps making these gateway units, though, I think that Dark will just weather it. There's 13 more charge slots being made. So many units are following his Stalkers.
Yeah,
he's bringing on a goose chase right now.
Yeah, this is the thing. He doesn't care about these Stalkers as much as he just wants the Zerg to kind of go on this wild goose chase, trying to catch up to him. And I feel like he actually just did it.
Yeah, maybe. He's breaking through down here. These Zealots are doing some damage as well. The Queen's getting pulled back.
One of the coolest games we've ever casted, because I've never quite seen anybody play like this. But like as I'm watching it, like wrinkles are forming in my brain.
But for which side? Because I still think Dark is going to hold this and stabilize.
Artosis, no matter who wins this, we have wrinkly brains.
That's
when
true.
We're done, all right?
But only because our brains are old.
Yes, old and smooth.
Yes.
Before this cast, our brains all looked like those rocks you skip across a pond.
Yeah. Oh, another good fungal goes down. These fungals are awesome.
These fungals are wrecking.
A lot of drones have died.
Yeah.
24 drones died. Maybe Hero can... No. Look, he's got 18 army supply.
The thing is, if he can keep
How many times do you have to make 13 Zealots to win this game?
13 times.
Oh,
easy question, man.
Beetlejuice.
That's right. I've never casted a game quite like this.
No, it's.
This is why RTS is so good as a genre. Like you can get so many unique situations. It really is like the esport genre that ages like a fine wine.
But we got a lot of Kool-Aid drinkers out there, Tasis, unfortunately.
That's right. In a world of Kool-Aid drinkers,
yeah.
What are you supposed to do with your fine wine aged game?
Well, some people try to mix the Kool-Aid with the wine.
Yeah.
And people love that taste. It's called League of Legends. And that's cool, man.
Yeah. Mixing Kool-Aid with wine. I like that. I mean, I don't think that Hero can lose as long as he gets the proper army. No, I seriously mean that. Like, Dark is staying back, and Dark is going to need to attack, but we're at a point where there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases versus a 4-base Zerg.
Yeah. I will cede to that point, but we have a maxed out Dark and it's like 20 Zealots, 10 Stalkers, 2 Archons, 5 Oracles. It's such a bizarre army. It's a bizarre army, but he just threw down 2 Robos. He's at 90 probes. 90. This is the day of 90 workers. But the double Robo gives me like a hell of a lot of hope. If he just gets a few Robo units.
Good Colossi, yeah. Get some Disruptors.
Disruptors would be God tier. Immortals would be God tier here.
This map is funny as well. It's like, I don't know if that's just because this game is so exceptional, but it does seem like you can turtle really hard on one side, but then there's this weird opportunity that opens up where you get to take actually the whole map instead of just one of the sides that are open.
Heroes on 6 base now.
Yeah.
6 against 4. This is so strange, this game. I love it. This is just what I needed tonight, Tasteless, was this game. Just to top off everything that we've already seen. This absolutely wild style that we see out of Hero. Look at this. He made 2 Robos. He's making... Okay, he was making like 1 Prism out of 2 Robos. I'm like, okay, that's great. But now he's adding Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. Like, he's just getting everything, man. With 90 probes, why not? Look at his income. It's over twice that of Darks, and this race doesn't even have mules.
It's crazy, man. Oh, he's going to chase these Zealots out. It's interesting to see how patient Dark has been with this, too.
Yeah, it's like he's looking for his critical mass. He's got his critical mass, but now he's going high.
Wow, Zealots are not good units against that.
Well, that's the thing. Like, these gateway units over time, like, when the armies get big enough, what are you going to do with them?
Right, he's looking for a fight, but this is a lot to try to tear his way through. He is sacking some probes, by the way.
Oh, I want to see him turn on 1 Oracle and send it on the Infestors, because Fungals are the only defense he has against them. See?
Oh my God.
He Fungals them all. Like, those could actually really help here, but he needs to split them so that Fungals don't just destroy. Okay, he's just giving up the base, which is fine.
Well, Carriers, dude, this isn't going to come out in time, I don't think.
Well, he's got enough gateway units to hold on. Look at this, a counterattack. He's making Immortals. I think he'll get the Carriers.
Yeah, I guess
like a
you're
base
right.
dies, and look at this. This giant Roach Ravager army goes home.
The thing is, there's so many bases available right now for Hero.
Okay, he gets the Roach Warren, which actually might almost be a good thing for Dark because it's going to reset his mental, right?
Reset his mental.
You got to reset your mental here because if you're still making Roaches and Carriers are popping out, that's not good.
He can hit that top right base and push the...
Does Dark know about the top right?
He actually might not. I mean, that's actually a good point that you mentioned that. Like, I think nobody expects the Protoss to be able to get other bases. He might even think he's getting ahead in bases. Oh my God. A lot of Oracles getting dropped here.
Okay, that's a lot of Infestors. We are hitting Wings of Liberty level Infestor counts. Cool. And look at that, the Oracle pushes him back so he warping Zealots. Ouch!
Meanwhile, he's going to attack into this base now as well. Oh my God, the Fungals are insane.
Oh, and the Vials as well. Very painful. Okay, an okay Disruptor hit.
Yeah,
the Vials are so much. Dude, he needs to knurl that and warp in Roaches to defend this.
All right, another Fungal. Let's go. Oh my God. It's going to save the Hive in time.
Dude, we need, like, I wish we didn't have Hero's camera on right now, and then we turned on, he had sunglasses on. That's the only thing that would make this game better.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is a tough one to top. I wish we could do a vision check and just be like, does he know about the top right?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Never see Protoss expand at this rate.
No, this is the most bases we've ever seen anyone take this quickly, even quicker than SOS ever did anything, really.
Yeah.
It's 39 drones against 78 probes.
He just doesn't know, man.
Yeah, I think he doesn't. He split the Roaches.
Oh, he knows.
Maybe he knows now.
Never mind.
If he doesn't know, he's gonna know.
Yeah. Now, the bottom left base is also being hit with Zealots.
Yeah, Yeah, that's going to be picked off. And the main army here, very carrier heavy, pushing forward a bit. He's going to go ahead and put the money into defend this, or the time rather.
So he forces a recall up there. I think Hero can take this, man.
Yes.
I mean, it's, you know.
I think Hero's got it now.
It's like Hero was so ahead in the race that he's lapping him. You know what I mean?
I think there was maybe an opportunity for Dark. I would like to go back and see when he figured out about top right. Like, maybe we would have seen him, because he maxed out and sat for a while, when he actually maybe had an opportunity to kill a base off. And if you kill even one base this game, I think the entire game looks different. Like, Hero won on the back of just having a massive economy. He almost played this game like Dark plays Zerg vs. Terran.
Yeah.
Where he's just like, yeah, I have so much. Here comes
Thing
even
is,
more Zealots.
Zerg's got time to grow, but I worry that this death ball that's coming from Hero might just be too much.
I don't know how you stop those carriers with this army. Like, you have to get the fungals and the biles, which is,
well,
it's doable, but with this many disruptors in there, it's tough.
Yeah.
Maybe
the thing
neural
is, if
disruptor and kill the others.
If you do get the fungals and the biles, you've done a complete supply reset here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like, if he can neural a disruptor and blow up the other disruptors, that seems like it would be very... Okay, he gets one
Goes
already.
down.
Nice. It's just, the disruptors make it, like, hard to get the value, right? If those weren't there, he could just run forward and kill this army, probably.
He's not really making any headway here.
Not too much, but it's 48 drones. How are you? He's still on 4 base.
Yeah, I mean, Hero basically has the winning lead. He's got control. You can see he's growing into these vacant spots on the map pretty easily. But you know, again, this seems to be an extremely turtleable map in all the matchups so far.
Some lurkers are being added in. We haven't seen Vipers. I think we need to. Like, you have to get so efficient. Look, he's getting ready for batteries and cannon stasis. It's gonna be one of those. You know what? And I appreciate how Hero's playing it, because he's like, okay, I just need to not throw this.
Yeah.
And the only way to really throw it from here, I think, is to attack into the spread out mass infestor Ravager, right? That's how you screw this up.
Yeah, I mean, an overextension here, it's like sticking your hand in a lion's cage or something. Oh my God, this is so crazy. So he's gonna just cannon up in battery. He's caging the beast in.
He is. There's Vipers on the way.
He's going to turn Dark into a zoo animal.
And he's getting up into Tempest Tech as well, which is very good to see, because I think Tempest is the ultimate pushing tool.
More wrinkles on our brains.
Good fungals. Hey, do you miss Infested Terrans?
Infested Terrans, man.
Yeah. Do you miss them right
A
now?
throwback, yes.
Do you wish that we could just see 50 Infested Terrans come out and kill that army?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be grand?
That would be peak StarCraft 2. That's what's wrong with this picture, Artosis.
Yeah.
Where are the Infested Terrans coming out?
So Dark, I mean, eventually has to get another base. He is being as efficient as you ever could be.
These disruptor shots are getting crazy.
He's actually dodging them so well. Some good yoinks as well.
I mean, these 4 bases for Zerg are going to mine out, right? I mean, they have to.
He's got almost nothing left. But Tasteless, when you look at it, the biles are like a base, you know? If he just keeps killing stuff with them, it's taking money from his opponent, so there you go.
So crazy. Is he going to try to harpoon maybe one of these in here? Zip, zap, zip, zap. We're just looking at each other like, all right.
Well, Dark is, you know, he really wants to win this game.
Dark.
Successful.
Yeah, that's gonna get him.
May as well, I guess.
All right.
That split.
Someone
it's really
tell Dark
good.
to GG. This is.
I think he's got this game.
You think he's gonna come back?
He's coming back.
He just has to kill this army.
He needs a Nidus Worm, Tasteless. That's the key here.
Look at the minerals at the bottom of the screen for Dark.
Yeah, it's not so good.
Yeah.
He's being outmined by 5 times. Very hard for them to kill each other, huh?
Yeah. Well, I think one of them is dead, Artosis. I think we know who's won this. Stark is, you know, not going to get another base. Hero's running the clock, and he's pretty much hard-locked him out of any other opportunities.
Yeah, the amount of efficiency that we need to see from Dark to win this is more than we've ever seen from anyone.
Well, he barely has the money for a hatchery if he wins the fight. Is one way to look at it.
So you're saying he has the money for a hatchery?
I'm saying he has a chance. It's like that scene in Dumb and Dumber. You're saying I've got a chance. All right. Oh!
All right, Dark he's forcing the issue. Well,
are we gaming?
We're gaming.
Are we gaming?
Is he killing everything? Only 1 carrier remains. Zealots being warped in, though. Uh-oh. Trying to get away from those Zealots. Festers come out to the front. Oh, is he going to get the carrier? He does get the carrier. Both of them falling dramatically in supply here.
So many cannons to try to tear through here.
And
Drones
here we go,
sent out.
Tasteless.
I cannot even believe this.
Okay. And he still is mining anyways. He didn't even need that base yet. Tasteless, he doesn't even need this yet.
I can't believe this. And now what is Protoss remade?
A Tempest.
Okay.
Tempest is going to be good here.
It's a start.
Yeah. He's catching the probes that go through.
And what about Hero's bases? How many have actually mined out?
Let's see. So his first 5 bases are empty. So bases 6, 7, and 8 have minerals.
Oh, not going to get that closure.
Base 6 looks like it's low too, actually.
Yeah.
He actually isn't mining that much, I think. Yeah, look at his income. It's only plus 1K.
He's going to take that bottom left base down there. And he's going to try to push it again. Now, remember that Dark was maxed out earlier. He's not now, and he's he's a ways away from maxing out as well. Whereas Hero is essentially maxed out. And he's going to try to push through here. So not the same complex army on either side, but I think a stronger one overall here for Hero.
Oh, no doubt. His army is so much better. So much better. But Dark is so good in these turtle positions. Look at the units lost. 25K to 40K. This looks so much like when Dark played Maru on this map.
I can't believe we're in this game. I just can't believe Dark got out.
Yeah.
I mean...
But look at the amount of High Templars. Like, he can feed back for 1,000 years. And he's got Tempest, so he can just, like, start sieging everything.
He's going to try to push up here. 1 mining base and another one coming, Artosis. We're about to have every expansion filled up here. This time it's Lurkers defending.
Yeah, if Dark gets that base as well, gets them both droned up, that would be pretty sick. He's only at 31 workers, though. Look at the amount of High Templars here. And Disruptors and Carriers and Temps. This army is silly in how efficient it can be.
You know, Hero's sitting here like, I can't believe we're still in this game. So many Lurkers. Hero's got to be careful.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, man, now that this base is up and a new one's taken, there's going to be a lot more momentum over here for Dark.
Oh my God, he almost killed a bunch of those Tempests.
He's on 2 bases. Top right, mined out, by the way, for Hero.
Yeah, yeah. His first 5 bases are gone. Base 6 low. 7 and 8 have decent, but he's actually not saturated at base 8. And there's no base 9.
Oh my God, he gets another one.
Tasteless.
Already?
They are similar in supply right now.
This is insane to me.
There's more army supply for Dark. If Dark wins this, what were you saying before? He's the king gamer?
He's the gamer king.
Gamer
We're going to
king?
go back to monarchies. His bloodline is better than ours.
Oh, well, I already know that.
Yeah.
This guy has won multiple GSLs, Tasteless. You and I are clowns next to him. We are his jesters.
Yes, we are his court gestures. Okay, so he's going to power up again. Now, notice that the minerals at the bottom of the screen, guys, they're pretty even now. So if we have another exchange where Dark can whack down this army, it's going to be huge. And keep in mind, there's 2 fully mineral gas-rich bases that Dark has taken here.
Biles sending back more Tempests being made. I think, yeah, Hero's just getting so efficient here with the... Like, look at his army. It's pretty wild. He's also 10 oracles this game.
Okay, he's going to come out and attack it here again. Lurker's going to scoot back. He's looking for another opportunity. Another fungal. Here we go! Oh, crazy feedbacks with the Biles connecting.
Yeah, some of the Tempests go down, but does he have enough to do that again?
I don't think he does. I don't think he has an infestor that has energy.
Yeah, he's got 3 infestors total. 2 of them we can see, and they're very low. He's trying to zone with the Biles, but his anti-air is sorely lacking.
He's almost maxed out.
He
Dark
is
is almost maxed out. It's crazy to me.
It's just his army doesn't really shoot up very well. Like 15 lurkers. Even if he had 20 lurkers, they wouldn't shoot up.
No, unfortunately, the number of lurkers you have does not help with that situation. You can't make them like stand on each other's shoulders and stack them up.
Now that would be truly creative. I'd give that some up kilos. Okay, this is a sick lurker run-up, but the storms are there, and he actually doesn't lose that much. Look at this, he's killing the whole ground army, but the air army remains. No more ground. Look at this, what does he have that shoots up? He has like 4 spores and a few queens?
Well, if he has 3 infestors making, does he have enough for a fungal? He's going to see where that infestor is.
He must have Ravaging Glands, right? Ooh, okay. But he doesn't even have enough Ravagers to do anything.
GG. Hero
takes a game.
In an insane game, takes it.
That was actually a super cool game. The end like slowed down to this weird crawl where Dark became the most efficient gamer, and like we were talking about that against Maru even, where like he can do that. He is so good low econ.
Yeah.
Like he's really the best. But the way that Hero played that, where he was like pure gateway units, pure pressure, went up to 90 probes on like 6 base against 4 and just kept attacking. That's wild. We never see that ever. So this was a gem of a game.
It's crazy to see that like Dark is like, I know what to do, it's fine. And actually wriggles free from like what looked so unwinnable. So, it looked like the game was so over, and then he actually breaks out. It's like, oh my God, is this why you're a world champion? Whoa.
Yes.
Craziness.
100%. Crazy game. Awesome game.
Hardwire is where we're going to wrap this up. What a series so far, and we're only halfway through the games today, guys. All right, we're going to think Dark wants a restroom break. Artosis today, tonight is awesome.
Well, everything is epic. Like everything is epic. We're seeing like
Yes.
completely new strats. We're seeing long epic macro games. We're seeing like the most cost efficiency we've ever seen. Although it seems like those players that are being super cost efficient are not able to hold on against the overwhelming power of their opponents being on twice as many bases. But it has been a wild night so far, and we're really like, this is match 3 of 5. So we got a lot left going on.
We got plenty more StarCraft 2 for you guys. I want to point out, this series started with the cheese from Dark, an extremely short game. And then he did the same opening again in Game 2. I don't think he's going to do it again in Game 3, but I just want to put that out there. It's been a very unusual beginning of each game for Dark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I actually completely forgot that that's how we opened up.
I almost forgot, too.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Does he go for a proxy hatch again? It can't be.
I think so.
I think if I'm Hero, 100% I go for hatch block. Just to bait it out. Let's do this.
Yeah, I mean,
one more time.
There's no way that he would do this strat again. There are other cheeses he certainly could do, but I'm so impressed with Hero playing that way to keep like the stalker pressure on and then just take the whole map.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like any game we've seen. I mean, you can see the Hero is thinking about the whole way the game works in a way that nobody is even tinkering with.
That's right. That's right. And obviously he had a bit of a lead after some certain pressures that he did. And well, the whole beginning was so complicated to try to unfold exactly where it was at because
we'd probably need
Dark
to go
into
back and look at it.
Yeah. But just a fascinating game. And I really hope we can see more PVZs like that. I don't think we will, but I really would love it.
We're ready. Dark is back from his break. Hero stretching his neck. It's a marathon of a night tonight, Artosis. And, I mean, you got to remember, Dark just played that, like, 1.5-hour series against Maru and then has that insane over a half-hour game here against Hero. He's got to be exhausted. It's crazy.
Absolutely. You're right about that.
A night of stamina here, guys. Hardwire's loaded up. Dark versus Hero. Let's find out who wins.
2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero.
I am ready, whatever may come here. I hope that this is another epic, awesome game. But at this point, the amount of long games we've had, Taste, is...
Oh, it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's bringing on a lot of different ideas introduced. I think some of this comes to the map Roughneck as well, by the way. Making for some great games, actually.
I've enjoyed it so far.
Yeah.
It's
I didn't like it,
different.
actually, when we put it in the pool. I kind of thought it wasn't a fun-looking map, and now I'm like, oh, no, this is very cool.
Yeah, just the 4 base in that area, the little tiny chokes are kind of interesting. I'm totally digging Roughneck so far.
So we don't have any weird, offensive hatch to start things off.
Which is weird in and of itself.
Yeah, that's a little crazy.
High percentage of Zerg games this season have been offensive hatchery. We've had 6 offensive hatchery games.
But that doesn't mean that we won't have something aggressive here from Dark. He does like to occasionally dial it up and do something. But again, Hero's got a very creative, aggressive style as well. I think that's why when we have these two guys playing against each other, they really do make for really exciting games.
For sure. Robo opener. Is it going to be disruptor drops?
Maybe.
That's what it looks like.
I mean, we saw this earlier with the DRG game where Creator was scouted. Now let's remember, if you scout the build, it's way worse than if you can actually surprise them with this. In a world where all the Protosses are going for a Stargate early on, to sneak out a disruptor drop build right away, I think it's pretty clever. Because the defenses that a Zerg needs to deal with that are entirely different. And a lot of times you can follow this up with a push, although we saw Creator just kind of stay back and power.
Well, it looks like the Overlord is actually going to get in. He's making Observer first.
Oh, this is like what we joked about.
I think the Observer has some interesting usages, right? Like, you don't actually get detection that early with Zerg, and you might be able to clean up a little bit of creep. You know?
Yeah,
like,
that's a good point.
You know, you have Adepts around, you have a Prism coming out next, so like, you could bring a couple.
I
like it. I like
Only
that
losing
move.
shields too. Very cool.
And guess who helped him get that? The Observer.
The Observer.
Although if it was a Prism, he wouldn't have had to recall.
All right, and then he goes right into the Disruptor play, despite the Robo Scout.
Well, he saw it was an Observer, so maybe he's like, oh, it's an Observer rush. I've heard
going
about
for
this.
observers.
Whoa.
Gotta get my Overseer to snipe him.
So that Prism speed, not yet halfway done. Observer just making its way across the map.
So, you know, he's going to be back for a little bit, but, you know, again, is this going to be just a little bit of harass with the third base? Is he going to be going for some kind of powered-up play and trying to push out? I don't know.
Well, we see a Twilight, so I'm guessing he's going to go Blink with it.
Yeah, makes sense.
That would be the most likely thing.
Disrupt, you know, Warp Prism, Disruptor, and Stalkers, they kind of complement each other. Okay, doesn't get a good shot off on there.
No, that wasn't very good, was it?
No. Well, it literally just didn't do anything, so yeah, it's bad.
Damaged the hatchery a little bit.
Oh, it's that, yeah. People coming after me on Twitter for that one, no doubt. No, it's, yeah, it hasn't really done anything yet. And again, it's always better if this tech is a surprise. So it's going to be a setup for a third base. You know, one of the problems is that the Disruptor has to be on the ground while the shot's fired out, so it's a little bit harder to pick him up and run away.
Well, he's scouting around with it. I mean, the Speed Prism definitely can do that. Hey, that was a pretty good hit. I like that. Couple drones really damages some queens, which will force a couple transfusions.
There's a skeleton of a giant infestor down there. Did you see that?
Oh my god, can you imagine a
giant infestor fossil?
Just easier to feed back that way.
It's got way more mana.
It's like you research Neural Parasite with that, but it actually kills units instead
it
takes control.
Splits their head open.
All right.
Okay, so 2 drones, not bad.
Does he know about the Spire? I think he hasn't actually seen it.
Yeah, and that could be the ace-up Dark Sleeve here.
But it has to be in the back of your mind. All right, a lot of Stalkers walking across the map. Hey, it's 10 mutas. Oh, okay. Disruptor plus 13 Stalkers. Like, this is a little bit scary right now. Warping in some more. A couple more Disruptors coming up. Dude, this is dangerous. Like, the mutas aren't just going to free win against that.
Well, I think there's more Stalkers at this point in time than there are mutas, but if he gets a good surround, I mean, how many blinks are you going to have?
And he goes after the Prism. Good move, but all the ground is being kind of wrecked there. It looks like enough Lings are coming out. Oh, he gets another good hit with the Disruptor there. And he has a pylon back up here for some more Warpins. Beautiful foresight here.
Yeah, the Queens are extremely low, and this last shot's going to wipe them out. That's it. Hero does it.
Wow.
So cool.
That is pretty cool for sure. Hero picks up the win. A very strong attack there. That backup pylon won the game for him. Because Dark saw the Prism, he jumped on it. It was a great call, and if there was no more Warpins, he kills the entire army. He's ahead. Instead, there's a Warpin pylon. He just barely gets broken.
Hero is so clever, man. He's such a tricky opponent. It's just like it's hard to, because you see the Warp Prism, you're like, okay, if I kill that, this attack stops. We'll recuperate after that. And then the Stalkers keep warping in, and Dark doesn't realize until it's too late. He overextended.
Yeah. Very well done by Hero. Brings in some very cool plans here today, and that's a big victory for him.
Guys, short break. Creator vs. Maru coming up next. We'll see you soon.
Everybody love the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리
Today's matchup. Start. Maru. Creator. DRG. Hero. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. GSL Season 1 Code S.
Welcome back to the GSL. It's been a hell of a night, guys. We're going into the fourth best of 3. This is Creator versus Maru, and it's very important to mention that Creator is playing like the best games of his life this season. Thing is, though, I do feel like Maru's kind of just on another level.
Yeah, I
mean,
definitely don't disagree with you. Like Maru, I favor him basically against anybody. And we saw how hard he fought against Dark there, who was playing magnificently. But if Creator keeps bringing his own style and keeps playing his game, I think there are possibilities here.
He definitely has found his own voice as far as his strategies go. Which
Finally,
it did seem like in the past, it was like he was trying to use someone else's playbook.
A little bit. I thought it was really telling when he finally went double forge Colossus on 2 base and Legacy to Void, which is literally the style he used to get second in the World Championships in 2012. And I mean, look at the Void Ray build he came up with. Like, he's doing all sorts of things that are Creator.
Yeah.
And he needs to keep doing that. He can't be pulling other people's builds. Like, if he wants to beat Maru, it's got to come from inside Tasteless.
It's got to come from right here.
Yeah.
Your heart. Thing is, Maru is always just like in this sort of condition where he doesn't seem to waver ever. Maru is basically like, along with maybe 1 or 2 other players here, like just always at this top performing standard.
Tasteless, what if Creator, DRG, and Hero advanced from this group?
That would be nuts.
That would be.
All right, well, we're going to go to Glittering Ashes to start things off. Again, Creator, he's had an amazing performance, but this is kind of the next boss on the list, maybe the final boss. I mean, you beat Maru, you can actually beat anybody. So let's see what he's got.
True. I am so ready for this.
I'm excited. I'm excited for Creator. I mean, even just watching his emotional reaction as he wins, it's like, man, that's so cool.
It made me feel so warm inside to see him fist pump like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Anybody who's been grinding, man, they know that feeling. And, when it finally pays off, it feels so good. Now to his final boss, Maru.
2022 GSL Season 1.
Okay, well, we might have a double proxy here. Oh my God, it's crazy. Oh, this is a. I think this could be a max packs, but I'm not entirely sure.
Wait,
Let's see where they.
cannon? No, gate. Sorry.
Okay, he gates in the main, and he just rushes in here.
But sees no barracks.
Oh, this is so interesting because this was literally one of his first probes. Like the first probes that pop out, he sent one.
We saw it like right on screen. And look, this is gonna get scouted.
And he's gonna go find this as well. Oh my God, dude! You know what? Creator came in with so many good plans. This was just, he literally scouted with one of his first probes, and it was a scout. Maru proxies a lot, so now he suddenly is going to stop this Rax. Maru has to cancel to make a Rax at home, I think.
All right, he's got the idea.
Keep one on each side. There you go, perfect.
He needs a third probe there. I was going to say, one. That's going to be way too much RNG to try to make that work. All right.
Maru's coming back, Tasus. He's coming around the other side. He's only got 10 health, but he thinks he might be able to do it.
Creator's having none of it. I think as longer he lets this stay up, you know, I mean, it's money that's not going to go in anything. He's got another SCV coming down.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's good.
Can this guy pull it off, though? It doesn't need that much more. Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Tasus is 10 health just like the other one, and now the other one's dead. Oh my God, he makes a Rax at home, Tasus, but there's a Stalker on the way.
I can't believe how crazy this game is. Is this our best day of GSL? Oh, he expands over here. He's like, I got a probe over here. It's fine.
No problemo. And look, Maru's trying to come in. He's like, he won't think I'll try to finish it now.
What if I sneaky snake?
Like, he might not even be looking. Okay, he looked. Oh! He gets it!
I can't believe this.
Creator's the GOAT. It's not Rogue, it's not Cyril, it's Creator. He's the greatest of all time. Look at that. Barracks is finishing almost 3 minutes in. Almost 3 minutes in, Tasteless.
Yeah, and now he's going to make gates out here.
Multiple Stalkers.
I can't believe this.
Dude, it's amazing. Today is the greatest day of GSL.
It's the best GSL day ever, man.
It might be. We've had some great GSL days over the years, but this is a special day. Oh, run! Run! Don't get surrounded! Get back! There you go. And now Maru's like, uh-oh.
Oh, and he gets in. So now he can't lift that as long as he leaves something standing there. Pylon?
Okay. Well, that gives like constant vision.
Well, also,
and he just gets out. Ooh,
Warp Gate's about to finish.
Yeah, you're quite right about that too.
Oh my God! I think Maru's gonna lose.
Yeah, for sure. How do you win from here? Not even Maru. Like, he is killing so many SCVs here. There's gonna be more pylons in Maru's base and supply depots in a minute here.
He gets that one Marine. Keep in mind that you can actually gun the Marines down before they get in the bunker if the angling's good enough.
Oh! Oh, and he does. Okay, one Stalker is going to fall. He has another Marine about to pop. Okay, it does get out, but he just walks on past.
GG,
dude.
Creator!
And Creator's actually keeping his composure right now.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
I instantly look towards him because I want to see if he's going to let loose yet. This is the right move, is to just contain yourself. That's only one game. But now, look at Maru. He's like smiling too. They were in the same team for years.
Yeah.
Okay?
This wasn't
and Maru
in the script.
probably has always kind of looked at Creator as someone that was not a problem for him. And suddenly, he's a problem for him. What do you have to say about that, Tasteless?
It's like the teacher is now the student. How was that? Whoa!
Wow. Oh my God.
The boss is now just another employee, and the employee's the boss. Whoa!
You should be a writer.
I know.
You shouldn't be commenting. You should be writing.
Yeah, they said I should be a poet, but here I am.
Specifically a writer for sitcoms on NBC, Tasteless. Your stories are that good.
Oh my gosh. Burlingrad for game 2. Let's do this. Creator. Ooh, this is weird to say. Let me give this one a try. Creator with a 1-0 lead versus Maru. Okay.
2022 GSL Season 1.
And you know what? He set the tone. I don't even want
Team
this thing.
MB.
Shut up, Andy. I'm trying to talk. This is too exciting. Even when he's not here, he's here. My God.
Onside Gaming. Maru.
So, Creator set the tone with that quick scout where it's hard to proxy now.
Yeah.
And now he doesn't even do it. He's just like, nah.
He's like, we don't do that. He's going to
set the tone once.
And this, yeah, this is great.
You don't
Creator.
tune a piano twice, Tasteless. You tune it once. You get it right the first time.
Well, don't you have to tune it from time to time, Artosis? Isn't that actually not
yeah,
true
and the
at
next
all?
best of 3 he plays him in. Oh, dude, this
Oh,
guy's
wake up.
asleep on
I love that. That's so funny.
I wish his friend hadn't woken him up.
Yeah.
And then he instantly holds up the sign, though. Like
He knew what to do. He's like, oh my God, I'm on camera.
Yeah.
All right.
That's amazing.
It's so funny.
I mean, it is a long night.
Yeah, let's see, what time is it? It is
He like wakes up, he's like, wait, did Dark
10.
break out of that contain?
So, that's so funny.
I want to see you asleep in the audience. We wake you up, you instantly start eating a hot dog. Oh, God.
Oh, so funny.
Tasteless, do you remember when they re-released the Star Wars movies, the original ones in theaters?
Oh, yeah.
Like
they
we
had
were
like
kids.
the updated lasers, and they had a couple extra
Yeah,
scenes.
they like remastered it or something. Yeah, like a couple
Yeah,
extra scenes.
it wasn't when they like actually ruined it.
No, it's not the ruin. It was cool.
Yeah,
it was good.
No, it was really nice. Like to go see Star Wars in the theater. And,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the theaters were like really packed, at least where I was going.
Yeah.
My dad brought me to see them, and like during one of them, like I was watching it, and he fell asleep, and there was like a woman sitting next to us, and she was like, "How can you fall asleep at Star Wars?" He's like, "I'm tired." That just made me think of that.
That's actually really funny. It's like an easy explanation. It's like, well, why do you ever fall asleep ever? Like, what a stupid question to ask me.
It is a little bit dumb,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I remember when Star Wars Episode 1 came out, which made me not a fan of Star Wars really anymore, or at least any of the new stuff they have. Although I haven't seen The Mandalorian, to be honest. I don't know. But I remember like watching the news the day before it came out, and there was like a guy who was like, I bought 6 tickets. I'm gonna watch every time that they play it for the first day. And I'm just thinking, like, imagine watching Star Wars Episode 1 over and over again for the same day. Like, what a weird, sick, twisted thing to make yourself do for how bad that movie was.
Do you think he stayed for all 6?
After
He saw it the first time?
I bet he did.
He was
Well,
like,
he was
I
on
really
the
like
news.
the pod racing, so I gotta see it again.
It was like he was on the news, like telling everybody he's going to do this, and I'm sure, like, hey, if it was like as good as the old ones, it's like, oh yeah, well that sounds like fun. You know, I'm sure there's going to be all these cool moments you're going to watch for, and then it's like just seeing Jar Jar Binks and having to like rewatch this over and over again.
Yeah.
Being like, so you guys thought this was a good idea. I know the people that made the movie had to have at least have seen this more than 6 times too.
No, they couldn't have watched it more than 6 times, not even if they made it.
Oh, look at you! The game's in 2.5D. I can hide Widow Mines back here.
Yeah, some good locations. Coming across the map right now with his Phoenixes. A couple Stalkers and Adept. Has that third Nexus started. Certainly going to be going into Colossus. But it's like, if he eats a big Widowmine hit, I think that's going to be very bad for him here on his Phoenixes, because look
Right.
how quick the third is, and the Robo just finished. So He does not have a good standing army right now. It's like a handful of units, some Phoenixes. He actually goes Immortal, which I don't mind here, but is he going to throw down the Colossus tech? Like, I think he needs to get into Colossus right now. If he just sits here and makes Immortals, I'm going to find that really interesting.
Yeah, let's see. See if he just kind of
It
dials
looks like
back.
he might. He might. Like, Phoenixes and then just Immortal production. I mean, it's going to... Immortals add a tankiness and damage to your army in the early game that's really good, right? We talk about it more when there's like a DT opener where like you really need to make Immortals or you just die. But maybe you can bring that over and, you know, make a couple Immortals if you go Phoenixes. He made one and then the support bay. I feel like I want to see one more Immortal here. Because the support, it's like you have all this downtime on that Robo. Huh. I guess he makes an Observer. Still, though.
He's going to glide through here now. And, you know, what am I connects? Not the end of the world, though.
No, no.
It's okay. Some hull damage on those Phoenixes. There's another one the Observer's pointing out back here behind that refinery.
Call him Scout.
So this is a very different game, you know, from game one. We're seeing very normal play on both sides, and this is in some ways like the actual ultimate test for Creator versus Maru. Is like, can you beat Maru in straight up play? Because it seems like almost nobody beats Maru in straight up play.
Yeah, it's quite the task. Well, I mean, I think his build is actually turning out pretty well. There is a Raven in here, which scares me. And he's going to try to dive on it.
Wait, what?
Okay, that's the worst case scenario. And the thing is, it would have maybe been worth it if he had killed it.
Yeah, but he doesn't, so he gets nothing. It seems like they attacked on the side for a
Yeah,
second.
and I was just going to disable, and he's going to dive.
Yeah.
And this is very difficult. That force field. Oh, this is... Okay, you used to see overcharge.
But he can siege up here.
Yeah, this is very tough. But he's about to have another Colossus. Lifts up one of the tanks. The Immortal. Let's target that. Yeah, targets the tank. Okay. Loses the Immortal. Unfortunately, gets back to his static D.
Yeah, the Colossi still up.
Dude, this,
but not much else is.
I don't think he's going to be able to hold this, man.
No, it doesn't
Like,
seem like it.
He needed to kill that Raven, and losing that many Phoenixes anyways. Oh. Okay, third base is gone. Back up. You know, there's a slight possibility here, right? Like, if you can grind this down, you know, Thermalance is about to finish. Grind this down a little bit, live, retain your Colossus. Maybe? Maybe? Seems like a tall order right now. That comes in, does a single lift there. Some probes coming in as well, but the Colossi getting targeted down so quickly.
Just one more Colossi. Again, this army very red. Creator trying to hang on. Keep in mind, he's already down a base. This is his last stand.
Well, we're going to get another lift. Yeah, he's really not even
Maru's
making
so
anything
good
right now. Oh,
Maru's
he brought...
like, nope, we're not going to overextend.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how good he is. He's
Yeah,
like,
that's
no,
pretty good.
Actually, you know what? 3 tanks. Staying alive, a little bit better. Let's go make some more medevacs. Let's get some energy. Let's heal up our army. We can attack as this Nexus finishes up.
Yeah, you see Creator just put his hand on his head. He knows that he is like super dead.
He also knows that's the right move from Maru, where it's like, oh yeah, I can't do anything now. He has really, a base up on me. It's like, oh, he's really good.
Well, Creator, you know, he has 3 bases right now. His probe count is still really reasonable. He's going Disruptor, which I think is definitely the right play here. I think if you try to reproduce Colossus, you're just super done. But here comes Maru, and his army is so much better right now. Okay, backing up. He does have a Twilight. Would love to see Charge come out. I think you just got to go complete ground pound and hope to get lucky. Okay, comes in, lifts a couple tanks. Those Zealots very slowly walk against the force fields. Okay, a good overcharge, but it gets targeted down very quickly. Great targeting.
Too many
GG.
tanks.
That was
tanks
overwhelming.
there.
That was overwhelming.
Maru with an S-class game there, by the way.
Yeah. The Phoenixes didn't do. Yeah, he seems a little bit off, doesn't he?
He seems, well, you know, he's, the thing with Creator is he's, I think, literally the most emotional player we have, along with Beyond.
Yeah.
Like you can see the highs and the lows.
Very different types of emotions from the two as well. More anger and disappointment out of this guy.
It's basically Creator, Beyond, and Artosis here. Three most emotional players, man. No, the highs, the lows are real, man. And I mean, see, it's like, God, I messed that up.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have gone on the. By the way, I think one of the Phoenixes, we might have to. I wish we could go back and look. We can't, but they targeted a medevac for a second.
Yeah.
They went like Raven medevac. Raven
I believe you're right about that.
Yeah.
I think what happened was one of them got out of range, right?
Yeah.
So they weren't super stacked or anything. But yeah, no, that was not killing the Raven. Hurt a lot, and he lost 5 Phoenixes before the battle took place. So it was the worst thing that could have happened is both not killing the Raven, but also losing those 4 extra Phoenixes that he lost diving on it. And then, of course, the original one he lost during the harassment.
Hardwire is where we're going to settle this. Maru is a killer. This guy is a shark. Creator took 1 game off him. Can Creator do it again? Let's see.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, Creator.
Let's remember how these games started out as well. Do we have any workers on the map? I guess not. Oh no, hold on.
Onside Gaming, Maru.
Maru.
Well, Maru's allergic to building his racks in his base, so
yeah,
I'm just going to throw it out here. No reason why not.
Magarax it is. So it's going to be double gas. No quick expanding right now for Maru. So we want to watch over here for Creator and see if he's going to try to open up with a Nexus of some sort.
Yeah, pretty clear he will.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll see if he goes core Nexus or just Nexus. Yeah, just Nexus. And the probe going to come down. He may be able to find the racks.
And there's so much buildable terrain on these StarCraft 2 maps that when you see this, it doesn't confirm that, you know, this is going to be a racks at all. And Maru seems to really be about 50-50 with which way he just chooses to play.
Mm-hmm. It's a good way to be.
Oh, yeah. I know. I think he's the best at kind of keeping his play in a certain way where, like, you know he can do everything and he just about does everything. And so it's kind of hard to, you know. Scouting doesn't help in some ways.
His range is vastly superior to everyone else's.
Yeah.
Like, I think only Rogue really has the same range as him. Where, like, Rogue will do anything.
Right.
Pretty decent Reaper. Almost gets 2. Decides to just pop out.
I like this SCV entombed in the bunker in the minerals.
He's comfortable in there right now. Yeah. I don't think he's going to make it out alive, though.
Oh, he will.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Joke's on you, Artosis.
What a fool I was.
I'm going to go home and build a command center. That's what I'm going to do. I've got a new lease on life.
Little does he know, in 10 minutes, DTs will blink upon that command center and take it down. His life's work.
That's right.
Destroyed.
A command center slowly mowed down by Colossus fire. So there is going to be an attack coming up here. What? Oh, I thought that was you blowing into the mic. I was like, what? Are you trying to say something? Oh, the Reaper. He's got to be careful.
Oh, look
oh my God!
That is
What?
funny. Dude,
What is happening?
that's some great moves. Look at him just walk around it.
What is going on? That's insane.
Dude,
He's like, no, I know this exactly.
He's like an 80s skateboarder right now. He found someone's pool without water in it. He's just going around doing damage, doing his thing.
It's insane to me. Like, to be this bold and then make it work. He's like, a nut.
Oh,
A
so
nut.
sick. Gonna pick off the mine?
He's our gamer king. A nut. A da-da. A wabba-dabba. A
Oh
doobie-dabba.
my God.
A skibby-baba.
And look at this, the void ray
Doobie-dabba.
dealing damage. This is crazy, Tasteless, and you don't normally expect like a random void ray to be in your face right now. Okay, well, mistakes were made there, but this was still good. Look, there's not that many units. Another void ray comes. If he hadn't been hit by the mine on that
No, I
first
think he
void.
would have won outright, but this is still actually doable.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, there's a Viking coming. Stalkers rushing up against the SCVs. Oh my God, he's got it fucking alive.
Wow. Yeah, the fact that he saved that Viking as well, that's pretty wild. Now, Crater's up 9 workers after that. He's killed off a bunch of mines. He knows exactly what his opponent has here. Very nice from Maru. Maru's so good on
Maru
punishes.
fighting back, yeah. Knows he has to push this away. Try to take a fight over where that Stargate is, maybe.
Dude, he's picking off a lot of units here.
Yeah, look at the punish here. This is wild.
But Creator is not really scared at all. Like, he is making a third Nexus right now.
Yeah.
He started that while he was being chased. He's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
This is like, the Creator is so much more confident than we've seen him.
Yeah, no,
He seems just slightly flustered, though.
Yeah. Well, I think there's this moment where, like, had that mine not connected,
Yeah.
we're literally
If he had
looking
pulled
at
back
each
for
other.
mine, I think he actually wins the game.
Yeah, I think
you're
that's
right.
I think it's the closer.
He would certainly be much further ahead. As is Maru's supply, starting to peak a little bit.
The Reaper's going to spot the third.
I think Maru expected this probably to be here.
Yeah. Maru probably looking at this and saying, man, he's really on top of it, you know?
So Blink is going to be done before any attack can come. 3 more racks are being made. So definitely a lot of pressure going to be coming out of Maru here.
So, I mean, he's freed himself up on the map. There's 2 forges coming. Clearly, Maru's, a Creator's committed to late game now. But Sim's on the way here for Maru. Does Maru have an opportunity to try to do a push? Because I don't see a third command center here. And, we've seen a lot of games where Terrans do 2 base pushes and barely fail.
Yeah.
This could be one of them as well.
Well, actually, okay, let's take a serious look at Creator's position. The double forge, like, this is a big investment. He just got his robo done. Yeah, he has a good amount of blink stalkers. It'll take a little bit before Maru can do a push. He's definitely got to wait for Stim +1 and combat shields before he actually engages. His army will be pretty darn good, though.
I was a little bit worried he might try to blink onto that Raven.
Oh, that would.
I was like, don't do it.
That would have been bad.
He's like, that's the same Raven from the last game.
Loses all the stalkers.
Ooh. 4 more gates. Good position here. I mean, the pressure really off for now. Oh, got to be careful.
Yeah, I think it's really important that he retains units right now. Really important, because he's going to get really far ahead if he doesn't die.
Yeah, and Maru needs this push to do
Something,
damage.
yeah.
Oh. Pull the boys. Battery's coming down. We're getting to the climax.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to hold. His 1-1 is not going to be ready. His charge is going to be ready. There's another stalker on the way out. Trying to slow this as much as he can. Oh, the feedback on the Raven. Here we go. The Zod's coming up, but that's a lot of SCVs. He pulls back to his batteries.
Yep, the force field comes down. Not too impactful there. Void Ray's targeting down these Marines.
The overcharge is doing a lot of work here for him, but I don't think he's killing enough of the actual units. He's losing his entire army here.
Yeah, he's overextending a little bit into those tanks. Those tanks can't hit the Nexuses. You don't need to commit onto it just yet.
+1 attack almost done
Probes
here.
pulled. Oh, this might be too desperate.
Oh, I don't know. The Archon actually tanking a ton of damage there. +1 did finish. Can he actually break through? Oh my god! He's gonna get the tanks. He backs up to his cannons and Archon and everything.
This is insane. But again, he threw a lot of probes into that. He kind of traded the probes for the SCVs a bit. Maru insta picks up, looking to dive into the main.
Well, there's potential for damage up there, I guess. Creator's getting a little bit out of position. Targets that pylon. It powers a lot of buildings.
More SCVs coming. It's heating up. Stalkers shoot down the medevacs.
He actually gets a couple of them stuck for now. Doesn't take too long. Here comes the next push of Maru. You know what, Tasteless? Creator's done it. He's going to hold this. 100% he's going to hold this.
Let's see,
he
man.
starts 2-2. That's how confident he is. He knows he's going to hold
That's how hard he's gaming right now. Blinks away. Pushing into where the batteries are. The Zealots come in. The concave is pretty good. The one tank over here on the side. Archon coming down.
Oh my god.
Is Creator about to make history?
Looks
he takes the tank out.
He's going to kill absolutely everything. And Creator! Oh! Takes out Maru 2-1.
Let's go. Let's go.
I feel lightheaded. I have the sickest nerd chills right now.
I can't believe this.
And Creator.
Look at he goes at Maru and he's like, hey, GG.
Well, he's being very, very respectful there because Maru's a longtime friend, teammate of his. Not as much fist pumping here, but there should be because that's a badass victory right there.
That's wild.
A killer. He's in first place.
He's in first place. He's in first place. Damn.
Wild.
What
he is playing out of his mind.
And, you know, like we said, I mean, if you beat Creator, it's like, yeah, you can beat anybody. I'm sorry, if you beat Maru.
Yeah. Well, but we're going to have to change that now.
Yeah. Short break, guys. DRG versus Hero to close the night out.
Stand and fight when madness comes to conquer life, and we will hide the light when fury comes and armies rise. We will fight. We will fight, oh, we will fight till the end. We will fight, we will fight, oh, we will fight
Everybody love the drop when I'm in it. Everybody love the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리
Today's matchup. Start. Maru. Creator. DRG. Hero. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. GSL Season 1. Code S.
GSL continues on into the night. Will the games end, or will we eventually turn into a pumpkin as the clock strikes midnight? Or maybe many pumpkins. Do we all collectively turn into one giant pumpkin?
No, I think we all become different pumpkins.
Okay, yeah.
Now, it looks to me like it's already midnight in your world, but I do wonder.
The reality is I just turn into one of those wide Halloween pumpkins where you turn into one of those tall Thanksgiving pumpkins, and we just end it right there.
All that happens to you is your face gets slightly more orange. Only slightly.
I'm crying. It's so funny. Oh my god. Oh, it's so funny. What? So where are we at now? It is. We started the show at 6:30.
It's been 4 hours.
10:30. It's 4.
Yeah.
It's a casual 4 hours. It's a low key 4 hours.
Average 1 hour per best of 3.
Yeah.
This is how I like it. Now, I'm just hoping we get at least 1 half-hour game here.
Yeah. We keep your fingers crossed. I feel like these guys have more explosive games, but let's not forget how Hero beat Dog.
Dude, I really want to see that same type of play again. If he takes like 6 bases and just kills people with gateway units, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Roughneck is map 2. It could be that map again. I don't know.
I welcome it.
Hardwire, map 1 though. Blackburn is set 3. Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Start the game.
Really do start the game though. We're not
Such a
joking on
it's
the
like the
restart.
best day of GSL ever, man. Honestly, it's been so exciting. All right, guys, we're ready for the final best of 3 in Group B. Let's go.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, DRG. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero.
Well, looks like Hero did do a hatch block there. One thing I don't really feel like I need to worry about with Hero is he'll have plenty of builds. He's a very different player than... look at that. Offline 8-1 in Hero's favor. That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was actually that one-sided.
Yeah.
And then somehow in online it's very even, which also confuses me. I'm like, what? All right.
Yeah, there's a few players that kill online like, really hard. Like Byun is one of them. Dude, when Byun plays online, man, he's just like...
He's a murderer.
He's a murderer.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you know, if this was Zest playing, I would already know what builds he was gonna do on every map, and he would just do them really well, and DRG would probably die. With Hero, I'm like, he has like infinite things he can do. He will pull out like the thing is he could do the same thing he did in a previous game, but like that's the thing about him is you can't be sure what he's going to bring because he just has such a wide range. He's very much a free spirit like SOS, not as crazy, but the same type of deal where it's like, yeah, you could really expect anything.
Yeah, well, he's also got very good instinct for which builds to use. You know, or I feel like when you look at some other pro gamers, it's like very hit or miss. Like they have strategies, but they don't know when it's the right time to pick this given strategy versus this given player.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Hero is probably the favorite here going into this, to be honest.
You might be right. You might be right. I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's hard to say because like he did so fantastically before against Dark. Like that Stalker timing with the backup pile, and that was like magnificent and everything. And obviously that one game on Roughneck was like one of the most wild games ever.
Right.
Yeah, he has a lot of flexibility and stuff. It's just what happens if DRG just plays a very solid best of 3 with just solid macro and solid strats? Like, can he absorb the weirdness? Can he just kind of absorb Hero? That's my question, right? When you get these more aggressive players, sometimes someone that will just calmly play the game and macro and not take big risks or anything, sometimes that's a good answer.
Yeah. It's a very specific type of player, right? That just kind of patient, reactive style, where they thrive in kind of just surveying the game and trying to react as best they can. So, you know, in this game, we've got the Oracle coming out. We don't know what Hero has planned, so we're still waiting to see, you know, what is he going to try to bring out here. I do imagine the best strats he had here, he probably saved for Dark, but they paid off. So as that Overlord's killed, immediately 2 gas is taken, a 3rd base in the mail.
And there's an Evo coming up. Yeah. Are we going to see a quick +1 melee here? I'm excited to see. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay, cool.
2 Oracles getting ready for a dive in over here. Queen well placed.
So this is...
That's actually...
This is reminding me a bit of Game 3, right? From Hero versus Dark.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Here's 3 Oracles. Here's a 3rd base. I bet you Blink +1 will get started here. And then we have +1 melee against the Stargate opener. Pretty good Oracle defense overall, I guess. Ooh, doesn't quite get that one. Yeah, there it is, Blinking +1.
All right. Roach Warren started up here. And doesn't look like he's going to get much headway here with those Oracles trying to poke in there.
Pates coming up. Roach Warren on the way on the other side.
It's kind of a funny engage. Gonna try once more here to stun these workers. And looks like this one actually does get off. That's a pretty big play there.
Wow.
Slow down the income for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a very high quality one. I don't like how things in Stasis Wards move a little bit.
Yeah, they should either be like frozen like it's a StarCraft 1 stasis, you mean?
Are you in stasis or are you not?
Yeah, can you move or can you not move?
Yeah. What's why do we have confusion over this?
Okay, so Hero's setting up a fourth base here at the 3 o'clock spot. And this could be a point of contention because the fourth base for both sides are very nearby. So this might be one of these expands where it's like on the way of an attack path almost.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right about that. If he expands to the normal fourth base that we would see in this position, or like, honestly, I could have even been the third. But if he expands on the other side, then maybe that becomes a situation where like a link counterattack, that type of thing, becomes very difficult to hold. Whereas here, he can probably attack the fourth base of DRG, and that covers his base as well a bit.
Yeah, and he's got 2 gates over here.
Yeah, he made a wall.
He made a wall, but also you can warp in so fast from that point. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so like,
that's true. Yeah,
it's a little bit of both. And the Baneling's Nest has started. I might be wrong, but I think this attack could actually come in here while the Baneling's Nest is on the way. In fact, it is.
Well, he's not going to get Baneling speed quickly anyway, so even
yeah,
if he
that's
has
a good
Banelings,
point.
it doesn't, you know, I mean, they'll do some against a lot of Zealots.
Does DRG just die here?
I think he does.
I mean, I might be wrong, but I feel like this is just a lot.
I mean, he has some Ravagers and stuff. Oh, that flank was very nice. Can't blink sentries away, can ya?
Yeah, good job. Gets both the sentries. And now a lot more lings are coming. And maybe DRG's actually survived that. I mean, getting those 2 sentries is huge.
Yeah, the flank that came in, very, very nice indeed. Look at the amount of charge lots he's making. It actually doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, this is crazy. Do we have enough Banes? Do we have any Banes? Actually,
oh my God.
Oh, that's crazy. And
This
look at the
is
stasis
so,
war.
oh my God,
This is down
so cool.
and dirty, man.
Well, he catches some of the Broodlings, unfortunately, with that, but he is getting some damage done. His charge lots trying to get some damage over here as well at the same time. They're coming in kind of single file, but there are so many of them right now. This heavy gateway style.
I think that this is actually going to be the beginning of the end for this game. There's so many Zealots. This is a fire he can't put out.
Yeah.
And there's still Stalkers doing damage. Tech is going to be, whittled down here as well. GG, that's it. Hero takes it.
Okay, so that was like a combination of a couple games that we saw against Dark. Like the Blink Stalkers running around, then a massive charge lots coming into a different location. Dude, this new style is so cool. People have been thinking you need Void Rays or Carriers or Disruptors or what about Gateway units?
It's a very active style too. You know, you kind of take advantage of the fact that you can poke and engage with them, and Hero kind of reinventing the whole matchup right now.
Gateway man against Zerg.
This was like watching players that were not that good at StarCraft in general deal with what were called stalkers.
Yeah.
Like in the first couple of weeks, where you're like, yeah, they can like blink up and down ramps.
Yeah,
like,
look at that. Isn't that
hard
crazy?
to get there? Yeah. There's a lot of cool tricks you can do with these.
Use the flying unit to see up the ramp. That's crazy. Wow,
Yeah.
he's brilliant.
Roughneck. Necks out. Let's go.
Get your necks ready.
Get your necks ready.
Get your necks ready. It's like we're going to the guillotine or
your
something.
turtlenecks on. Get your neck braces. I want you guys looking like you're going into court right now and you're suing to win. Get your neck braces out.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, DRG. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero.
Whew. Hero looking poised to...
That's a brave sign right there. StarCraft sign at a StarCraft tournament.
Wow.
Welcome.
Why does it
everybody
say
in the studio.
StarCraft 2, though?
Yeah, what's going on here?
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
So good to have audiences again. Those of you who stayed are champions. I know it's getting late and the train's closing soon.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to calculate if I can make it on the train. I don't think I can, actually, tonight.
Yeah, I think... Well, they were closing the trains earlier when COVID hit. Are they open later now? I don't even know.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know.
Because I feel like if they're closing earlier still, then yeah, you probably are kind of screwed.
No, it's all right. It's worth it for these games, Tasteless. I'll pay that $20 taxi fee.
That's a real sacrifice.
Actually, it's like $26, to be honest.
It's actually a lot. Okay, so, you know, Hero had a lot of success in that game. It did seem like he kind of conveniently set up a fourth base to kind of push in. But I don't know what he's got planned for this game. It does seem like Hero doesn't even need to do anything fancy to beat DRG. I know it's just one game, but that's my take so far.
Well, I would counter that with that is kind of fancy because it's a brand new strat. But yeah, he definitely outplayed DRG heavily there. One thing just to note, the Overlord is sitting right over the Cybernetics core. He started Warp Gate and then made a Stargate. It doesn't throw people off that much nowadays, but
it's like
the Warp Gate
slightly
getting started
deceptive.
first. Yeah,
you know what
slightly.
I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's just Stargate openers for a long time. You could tell it was a Stargate because you would just get it before Warp Gate. So
yeah.
Okay, Void coming out. I want to see more of this blink into charge craziness. Where he just makes like 13 gates.
It was crazy because he won both fights, which is not normally how it goes. Normally one is like going to be a distraction. It's like, oh no, all the Stalkers kill everything in the main, and then all the Zealots flood that base down there and just overrun it.
Yeah, you really did win in every way, didn't you?
It was like, that's not
a good
even...
point. If you went on
it's
both
like,
fronts, there was something very wrong.
Well, it means that you could have just attacked one place with everything and also won the game. So it's like,
that's true.
Actually too fancy.
Yeah. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Because
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Like when you're really thinking about it, like, yeah, it's, you know, you'll see those like old Maru wins where he's like dropping here, and then there's like a Widow Mine that's ran into like a fourth base, and then the push kind of, you know, while the opponent is trying to juggle all these problems, then the push comes in and it's just set up in time that you can't really control it and the game falls apart. But that was like, you know, we talked about esports fan fiction. It was like that. It was like someone wrote out the story, and it's like, well, that doesn't really.
Then he won on this front and on that front.
Yeah.
Like, then he was way better.
Yeah, he was way, way, way better, and it sounds like he made the game even more complicated than it needed to be.
Yeah.
But DRG did seem thrown off by the tempo there. By the way, different game, second Stargate, third Void Ray coming in.
Yeah, and this seems to be a cool build for the map, by the way. We talked about this already with Creator. We talked about it, obviously, with Zest earlier on in the tournament, where these 4 bases are pretty reasonable to hold. And so, you know, these Void Ray openers, you look pretty indestructible.
Yeah.
Now, one thing to mention, he's actually going for a Fleet Beacon here instead of a Robo. Normally, what we've seen is Robo Disruptor into the Fleet Beacon.
Right.
But here it's straight Fleet Beacon. So there's, you know, he doesn't have that good of anti-ground, but I think he's going to be all right with it. It doesn't seem like DRG is gearing up for a big attack or anything like that.
Yeah, in the limited games we've seen on this map, it does seem to celebrate turtling. So, you know, let's see if we're going to have kind of one of these tighter games again this time around. And turtly maps do lend themselves to you comfortably teching up into carriers. You know?
Well, he's getting Void Ray speed right now. So there is that possibility that he goes Mass Void Ray like we saw at Creator.
He's going for the shoulder pad upgrade.
Yeah, it really does look
just,
like that.
every time I see it, I'm like, oh, Protoss shoulder pads.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I always thought the Protoss armor is, too, is shoulder pads.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
It is. It fills out their frames. Makes them look better in suits.
They definitely do. Keeps them safe when they play football. Okay, he is just zooming by here.
Yeah.
Is he going for like a hatchery kill or something? I mean, there's a bunch of spores being made, so I don't think that has any chance of working. It seems like Hero is... This is absolutely not doing what he was hoping it was going to do. I think he came up with this or whatever, and he was like, I'm going to kill the lair.
Yeah. He saw Dark kill all those Nexuses with the Corruptors. He's like, wait a minute.
I can do that. I have flying units that do a lot to buildings. So that didn't really work. DRG should be feeling pretty good, I think. 12 mutas. I actually like it, despite the fact that there's Stargate units out. They're not Phoenixes, that's for sure. And the recall was already used. So the mutas can come out and kill these.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Hero.
Oh, unless they go home right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy to lose Queens if you can kill these with mutas. With muties.
Now, third Stargate coming out. Oh, he sees the mutas. Okay. Well, I think this is where you fight the mutas and you get home and you get as many Phoenixes as possible. Throw down some shield batteries, some cannons. Get that range upgrade ASAP.
2 carriers are out. Interceptors are being accumulated.
Oh, and he's coming out to battle for his Nexus. I think he just loses the carriers then, right? Or, no, I guess not. Never mind. Mutas fly by everything. Oh, wow, that battery is just giving so much longevity to this
I
Phoenix.
actually just stopped casting and was like looking in awe.
Sometimes shield batteries are surprising still.
Yeah.
I don't know how they've been out for so long.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen everything, and then it's just like holds on at like 1 health. Wow. All right, so Corruptors, being switched to Corruptors here, but he's going to get Phoenix range. He already has +1. He's making 3 Phoenixes at a time. You can get up to a Phoenix count that you start gunning down Corruptors really quickly, too.
Right. So, I mean, DRG didn't have an amazingly successful counterattack, but he is growing on the map. The thing is, for Protoss, it takes a long time to kind of build up to what you want, so there's going to be a lot of freedom here for DRG. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see him expand in the top right as well.
Oh, DRG? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he'll probably take 12 first.
Yeah, that's for sure true. Now, we have more mutas and Corruptors, and it seems like DRG wants to kind of like force a fight and overpower the air fleet.
Okay, so it's 11 Phoenixes. I mean, with range and +2, that is pretty good. If you micro it heavily, you'll do pretty well against this. No armor upgrades yet. Here come the Queens forward for some transfusions. Some good static D here overall.
Okay, he's gonna try to put some pressure on over here. Guardian shield up. Corruptors targeting down the first 2 carriers.
Oh my gosh, is Hero going to be able to actually hold on here? Definitely the overcharge doing some good work. I would love to see him like file that down, that battery.
Yeah, and I don't see much left over right now for Hero. He is going to have some more Warpins coming, no doubt, but right now all he has is 8 Stalkers and 8 Phoenixes and Sentries, so it's like, I don't know, this is looking pretty bad.
Well, he pulls away from the base. Like, he could take that other base as a new fort. Creep is all the way up here, so this is getting pretty rough. Oh, God. Where is Phoenixes?
Oh, they might be too late. Oh, no, he chases him back. Nicely done.
Oh, okay.
These are pretty injured Corruptors, so.
Yeah. Yeah, pull back into the transfusions. Well done. Not liking Hero's position here at all. I think DRG is way outdoing him this game. Yeah. I think we are close to the end at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's stuck right now on this limited number of bases, and I don't see any way for him to fight back or, you know, any recourse, anything like that.
If he had a 4th mining this whole time, I wouldn't be as nervous for him. I mean, his income's still okay. There's a lot of mutas being made. They have 1/1 upgrades already. There's not that many Phoenixes left over. His army just looks terrible. Like, he's lived, but look at his army. 7 Zots, 8 Stalkers, 4 Void Rays. It's like 5 Phoenixes.
It is such a sparse army.
Look at it, 2 Templars and like 5 Sentries in a pear tree. Like, what is this?
Yeah. But he's going to try to come out across the map. Let's see what he can do. We got a lot of Corruptors here, but I think the muta count's, you know, one of the things that makes it so scary.
Yeah, the Stalkers doing their best here. Ground units being eaten up.
That was kind of crazy.
Not sure what that's for, but okay.
Could be just a misclick or something. He's going to try to push up, but I mean, you know, the numbers don't lie here. 199 to 134. The RG, though, actually controlling terribly there. Just bleeds off a huge chunk of roaches. What is happening with DRG right now? I feel like he's controlling so poorly, it boggles the mind.
Well, he's got so much more. Maybe he thought he could just, like, roll through. Here he goes for a counterattack. Hero turning around.
Walking back.
Yeah, this is kind of funny. Gets rid of the Cybernetics Core. Blink is not done, by the way.
Oh, is it not?
No.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah. These really Stargate heavy things, like, people are skipping everything else. The 4th base going down. DRG has so much of the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how he can get out, but all you can do for now as Hero is try to rebuild your supply. Great counterattack by the Lings over here. You know, keeping Hero on his knees right now. It's probably the best play you can ask for. The army's getting fractured into 2 pieces. So he wants to try to take out this base in the bottom. And I think he sees there's not really anything over here.
Okay, well, the Muta's going to jump on top of that Archon, kill it instantly. These Stalkers, of course, can't last either. PRG is going to have 2-2 on these Mutas soon. Pretty insane upgrades. You don't see that very often on Mutalisks.
He doesn't have enough anywhere to actually kill a structure, so, like, you know, I don't even...
Dude, he has 35 Mutas. Well, if you clump this together, 3 Archons is pretty insane. But shouldn't this just turn into a base trade that DRG wins? Like, if you bring 35 Mutas down here, you'll, like, be one-shotting just about everything.
Yeah, unless he was able to hide Archon somewhere in his main. Oh my god, there's so many spines.
Yeah, such a good move, actually, because he knows that it's going to turn into a base trade.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to attack the Archons, and this will slow everything down. Meantime, the Mutas are killing everything back across the map. Oh, 4 Archons, though.
Okay.
Ooh.
This is something.
Yeah, look at this. Pulls back, keeps his Archons high health. Really important. They've barely taken any damage here.
Gets the Spire.
Oh
Denying,
my gosh.
Carapace level 2.
There are 11 more Mutas on the way. He does have enough Mutas to kill this. Like, just don't clump them. Just go. Yeah, Magic Box. Get on top. And that should kill that whole army.
Yeah, DRG wins this game. Mutaman. Going to game 3. Right now, Hero's base is in shambles. Archon's going to come out again, but I think even with 4 Archons...
It's 41 Mutas.
Yeah.
That is more than 10 Mutas per Archon.
Crazy. Here we go.
Yeah, just not much left here.
Yeah, just pops them. And there's just, I mean, again, there's no infrastructure, no expansions or anything back at home right now. Kind of amazed that Hero's even still in this game, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like he knows that all there is Mutas, so he's trying to make some Phoenixes, but his economy's not big enough. If he was mining from 4 bases, I would support these Phoenixes. As is, I mean, you can clicky as quick as you want, and you are not going to kill him with this. And look, he's clicking.
GG taps out. Okay, final game of the evening.
But what if it's a draw?
Then it is our lucky evening, Artosis. DRG wins that, but I don't know. I don't feel like the Void Ray play suits Hero. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's very good at being active and kind of manipulating the situation.
He tried that. He flew him across the map over Queens to try to get a hatch. You're right, though. He is more active. He's someone that you need to give him units that require micro but can give you a great reward.
He was treating the Void Ray like it was, Stalkers or Disruptors, and it's like, no, there's a reason why we don't see that very often. The Void Ray ensures the third base gets up and the Overlords are killed.
Yeah.
We're going to end this on Blackburn. Again, one of the best nights in GSL history. Who's going to take this, though? I still think it's Hero, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is a very different map. You have a gold base on this map. You're both at the bottom. A lot of different stuff can happen here.
Let's see what they're going to do, man. I doubt we're going to have Void Rays being used again here. I don't see it coming. I think, if anything, we're going to see Hero kind of go back into what worked earlier. And our game has loaded up, guys. Let's do this. The final game of Day 2, Group B here in the round of 10.
GSL Season 1. Team MB, DRG.
What? I actually almost had to do a double take. I'm like, that's
this
an odd spot for that.
Has to be a forward gate.
I think you're right, Artosis.
Like, it looks like he's walling the bottom of his ramp. Or maybe he just walls across? I don't know what the hell this is.
You could wall on low ground, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
But if you wall up to that ramp, you can take the gold. You can, like, right? And he has to run
I see.
way.
I'm sorry.
The travel distance around is super far early game because you can't really knock down rocks with lings, right? It takes so long that Hero will have a ton by then. So maybe that's what it is?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
What do you think then?
What is it?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what's going to happen. I can't see the future.
Yeah, I don't know. This is an odd one. I mean, this is eventually going to reveal itself.
Dude, Hero's a treasure.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a smart player. All right, so the core goes up there. Maybe you're right.
That's
Maybe
his wall?
What in the world? But, yeah, I don't get it.
I don't either.
I feel like...
And now DRG sees it, and he's like, what?
I feel like our careers should have prepped us for this moment, but I don't know what's going on still. I don't...
You see DRG just scratch his head?
Yeah, and it's actually super scary. If you're in a pro match and you're like, what is happening? Like, he's up to something, and I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm. I honestly still don't quite know. I think he's trying to make some sort of full wall here so that he has 4 bases for free. Or well, it won't be free, but, you know.
Yeah, but, you know, the thing is, when you have something out like this, can't this just be rushed and killed?
Maybe that's what he wants. Right? He's getting a Stargate. Like, maybe he wants you to rush so that he can just shoot it down with voids or something. You know what I hate about walls on top of ramps?
Yeah.
They're so easy to defend.
Yeah, that's
not interesting.
That's not exciting.
Yeah, this is, though.
I just feel like this is such a stunt, whatever he's doing. He's like, I'm going to win and also be Evil Knievel. And it's like, you don't need to do that, man.
Well, he's not Evil Knievel. He's Harry Houdini.
There you go. So the Oracle's going to come. I don't know. I mean, I can hear the Korean commentators confused. Everybody's confused. The audience looks confused.
Maybe he has depth perception problems and he thinks that's the top of the ramp.
Maybe he sees this map like it's an Escher painting and like we see it the way it is, but he's like, no, the stairs are going up and down. And
well, if that's going to be okay, I think that's just going to be the center of the defense so he can take his third quickly. I think that's just what it is. So that you don't get this position where you are defending your third and you're defending your ramp. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes people can split you there. Here he has 1 point of defense and that's it. That's my guess. 4?
It's funny because it's such an obtuse opening with a weird positioning, but at the same time, he's not really doing anything with it that is abnormal. You know what I'm saying?
But maybe that's part of the mind game too. You just throw him off. Like, Hero is known for being a little bit wild.
Well, also, you know, when the Overlord comes and scouts, you're going to freak out and think that this is probably right next to you. And then you come there, you're like, what? You know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, good dive there.
Yeah, 3 drones instantly. Very well done. Another Oracle goes across. Here we go, Tasteless. Blinking +1 into charge 13 gate.
Let's do it, man. I feel like we've been watching this so much, I haven't really followed what DRG's even trying to do.
Well,
I think he's just kind of scouting and trying to see what's coming next.
well, we got the world's greatest showman over here, this Protoss player Hero.
Yeah.
Skateboards the studio while winning a tournament one day. The next day comes up with 3 new strategies for PvZ in a time where Protoss is supposed to be underpowered.
Yeah,
it's like he can do anything.
Well, this is one of these players where it's like you let this guy just kind of do his own thing, and he's probably going to change the entire meta for years to come. It's so cool to have him back. And again, I mean, it's like he's got his own way of viewing the game. It's not just like oh man, this guy's good at control, or oh, this guy's got, he uses these units well. It's like, no, he sees this in a very different way. And I am getting SOS vibes here. We always have with Hero, but now I'm getting like crazier SOS vibes.
You know, I believe it was Maru that actually said, when he got an interview when Hero came back, right when Hero was first back, and he said that Hero is even crazier than when he left with how he
really
plays.
Yeah, well, I see it. Makes sense. The gold base is being taken.
Okay, here's another thing, because we're spending so much time talking about Hero. I really like how DRG is approaching this right now.
Right.
Now, his defense of his drones against the Oracles has not been fantastic. I like the gold. I like the creep spread. I actually even like the Hydralisk Den. We haven't seen, like, Roach Hydra forever.
Right.
But, you know, if you ask yourself what Sue would do here, this is exactly it.
Such a cool game. Kind of thought we had used up all of our interesting games to start this off. You know what I mean? When it's like we got so lucky, and then even on the last game, it's like kind of crazy stuff's happening.
The whole day has been just awesome.
Just one of the best of all time.
Group A is going to lose a lot of its confidence. It's like, whoa, we are not Group B.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like him removing some creep over here, too, because he is taking the gold, right? So you want to make it harder for DRG to really push over here and harass us at all. Dude, here we go. +2 charge on the way. He's taking the gold Nexus.
Yeah. And this is going to give him, with the gold base, it's going to give him a lot of leverage to try to move out and push in. I mean, think of how many more Zealots you're going to be refilling. They're going to be tanking damage. He's going to blink right up into the main.
Definitely looks that way. Meantime, the Adepts slowing mining at the gold. Wow.
Perfectly blinks them all up here. Get ready for the Oracle stuns, I assume.
I don't think he has any.
Oh, you're right.
Maybe he has enough energy for one.
Blinks out.
Okay. Well, you know what? Just keeping DRG busy right now is probably good enough. More gates being added. He's mining from the gold Tasteless. Like, he can go so many gates right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing this action in the bottom, but there's probably going to be some pressure coming up here at the top as well.
Some very good moves. Here we go. This is it. The mass warping of Zealots. So he's focusing the Stalkers on the south, and the Zealots are going to be on the north. And that Sentry's going to chill at the third. DRG kind of ready for this. A lot of Zealots there, but hold on. We have the Stalkers coming over once again.
Yeah, with the Oracles, that damage is really starting to pile up. Man, just not enough Stalkers to do these one-shots anymore. And he has to leave.
Okay. And the Roach is, ooh. You know what, Tasteless? He lost all of those Zealots. They did not do what he needed them to do. The Stalker's going to come over, though. Okay. This is cool. He's going after the gold hatch. Down it goes with the recall. He can lose a few Stalkers there to that.
Not bad. Snipes that. And again, it's kind of like these other games where he's just being active and he's growing more and more.
Yeah. He's even making another Nexus here, going up to 5 base.
Yeah, and that's not an easy expansion to attack. We don't normally talk about Protoss as defending the 5th base over here, but again, this is a Protoss playing like a Zerg against a Zerg.
But the Zerg right now playing like a Zerg against the Zerg trying Protoss. That army is hard to engage, and he's staying in these little chokes. The Zealots are going to have a very hard time trading favorably here. Not that many Zealots either. This is looking like a DRG victory, I think.
It seems like it. I think we're starting to see why this isn't as common of a way to play, even though it's exciting to watch Hero do it. And he's about to get sandwiched here. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Blink's back kills some of that, but he's down like, so much in the army.
No,
supply.
I am the bread, the sandwich. Well, if he loses this, he's going to lose the base in the northeast as well. Zealots coming in, but they are, eventually whittled down. Reinforcements coming in to hit from behind. And yeah, I mean, Stalkers alone are just not going to cut it.
No, his supply is so low right now. Half the army supply. Loses a lot of workers there, loses his gold base, which is just so critical for all this Zealot production. Now, he did kill the gold of DRG, so at least that's some sort of counter damage that he got in there. But look at this high-quality army that's coming at him. And his army is not high quality.
Yeah, he's just got this beefy set of Zerg units that they can basically negate a lot of the fancy micro moves to the Protoss.
Some good micro there as well from DRG, just kiting back. Hero trying to make something happen. Some great micro, no doubt. More Warpins come. And he just doesn't have enough to break it. Reinforcements continue to filter up, and if only he had a Dark Shrine Tasteless, Warpin like 6 DTs just killed them all.
It's crazy.
Maybe that's the one thing he can add.
So it's just 4 Archons up here, but Archons alone are not going to cut it. I mean, you want charge lots in front of this.
They're literally not even good against these units.
Yeah.
Like these are all the units
just
that
spending
counter
his
Archons.
money. This game is over. DRG is going to take it as he just continues to pile on.
This puts Creator in a clear lead of the group.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. All right, a very cool game there as well. Hero trying that style once again, but DRG seemingly solving it. I think the Hydras were a good add there. The DPS they were putting in, the little bit of additional range as well, very helpful. DRG picks up a victory, very importantly to his chances for the group.
Yeah, that was a fun ending there. I think we started to see the limitations of that style of play is, once you lose the pressure, the Zerg just walks across the map and kills you. And basically DRG boxed the Hero back, and then, we saw why. It's a cool style, but it's not easy to pull off.
And here are our final results. Creator is actually the player in the lead right now, and that includes a win over Maru, so this is legit. Dark tied with DRG and Hero in second, and Maru in last place. What in the world is going on?
How insane is this?
If
that
you
is crazy.
reverse
Now that we're
this,
looking at it,
it would look more realistic.
Yeah. I can't believe that Maru's in last.
Yeah.
And look at these guys just fighting it out in the middle, Dark, DRG, and Hero. While God, Emperor, Creator just sits at the top, letting them fight for their Group B scraps. Guys, we're going to be back next week, and we're going to be having a lot more conclusions there as we wrap up Group A and we wrap up Group B.
Yeah, it is going to be fantastic. Both the groups have a lot of storylines going on right now. Can't wait to see how this actually ends.
Creator's going to win this GSL.
Look at match 10 on Group B, Creator versus Dark. That's going to be a big one, I bet you.
It is, man. Creator's playing by far the best we have ever seen. It's insane.
It's up to creators. Stop all the Zergs this season.
That's right.
Stop Dark from a third
Our
champ.
longest game of the whole night. We're going to close this out at, it's 11:20.
Yeah, that's
we
pretty
start
late.
at 6:30.
Yeah, no train home for us tonight.
No.
It's been a lot of fun, though, guys. Thank you very much for staying with us this whole time. And quick little reminder, ASL is finished up. All the VODs are on the Africa
That's
TV
right.
YouTube.
If you want even more StarCraft, it's on the same YouTube channel that you're watching right now.
Yeah, and that was a great season as well, as this one is turning out to be, so definitely do check that out. Lots of great StarCraft everywhere.
That's right. They have a lot to say. We apparently can't close it out. Oh, they are going to cose it
Let's
out.
just
All
be
right,
quiet
guys.
and stare at the camera.
We love you guys. See you next week. Bye.